Flavius Honorius Augustus was Western Roman Emperor from 395 to 423. He was the younger son of Emperor Theodosius and his first wife Aelia Flaccilla, and brother of Arcadius, who was the Byzantine emperor from 395 until his death in 408. Even by the standards of the rapidly declining Western Empire, Honorius's reign was precarious and chaotic. His reign was supported by his principal general, Flavius Stilicho, who was successively Honorius's guardian during his childhood, and his father-in-law after the emperor became an adult. Stilicho's generalship helped preserve some level of stability, but with his execution, the Western Roman Empire moved closer to collapse. After holding the consulate at the age of 2, Honorius was declared Augustus by his father and thus co-ruler on 23rd January 393, after the death of Valentinian II and the usurpation of Eugenius. When Theodosius died in January 395, Honorius and Arcadius divided the empire, so that Honorius became Western Roman Emperor at the age of 10. During the first part of his reign, Honorius depended on the military leadership of the general Stilicho, who had been appointed by Theodosius and was of mixed Vandal and Roman ancestry. To strengthen his bonds with the young emperor, Stilicho married his daughter Maria to him. The Epithalamion, written for the occasion by Stilicho's court poet Claudian, survives. Honorius was also greatly influenced by the popes of Rome, who sought to extend their influence through his youth and weak character. So it was that Pope Innocent contrived to have Honorius write to his brother, condemning the deposition of John Chrysostom in 407. At first, Honorius based his capital in Milan, but when the Visigoths under King Alaric entered Italy in 401, he moved his capital to the coastal city of Ravenna, which was protected by a ring of marshes and strong fortifications. While the new capital was easier to defend, it was poorly situated to allow Roman forces to protect central Italy from the increasingly regular threat of barbarian incursions. Significant was that the emperor's residence remained in Ravenna until the overthrow of the last Western Roman emperor in 476. That was probably the reason why Ravenna was chosen not only as the capital of the Ostrogothic kingdom in Italy, but also for the seat of the Byzantine exarchs as well. Honorius' reign was plagued by almost constant barbarian incursions into Gaul, Italy, and Hispania. At the same time, a host of usurpers rose up due to the apparent inability of the emperor to see to the empire's defenses. The first crisis faced by Honorius was a revolt led by Gildo, the Comes Africae and Magister Utriusque militia per Africam in northern Africa, which lasted for 2 years. It was eventually subdued by Stilicho, under the local command of Mashazel, the brother of Gildo. The next crisis was the Visigoth invasion of Italy in 402, under the formidable command of their king, Alaric. Stilicho was absent in Raetia in the latter months of 401, when Alaric, who was also the Eastern Empire's Magister Militum in Illyricum, suddenly marched with a large army to the Julian Alps and entered Italy. Stilicho hurried back to protect Honorius, and the legions of Gaul and Britain were summoned to defend Italy. Honorius, slumbering at Milan, was caught unaware and quickly fled to Asti, only to be pursued by Alaric, who marched into Liguria. Stilicho defeated Alaric at Pollentia. On the river Tanarus on Easter Day, Alaric retreated to Verona, where Stilicho attacked him again. The Visigoths, weakened, were allowed to retreat back to Illyricum. In 405, Stilicho met an invasion of Italy led across the Danube by Radagaisus. They brought devastation to the heart of the empire until Stilicho defeated them in 406 and recruited most of them into his forces. Then, in 405, an enormous barbarian horde composed of Ostrogoths, Alans, Vandals, and Quadi crossed the frozen Rhine and invaded Gaul. The situation in Britain was even more difficult. The British provinces were isolated, lacking support from the empire, and the soldiers supported the revolts of Marcus, Gratian, and Constantine III. Constantine invaded Gaul in 407, occupying Arles, and while Constantine was in Gaul, his son Constans ruled over Britain. By 410, Britain was effectively told to look after its own affairs and expect no aid from Rome. There was good reason for this, as the Western Empire was effectively overstretched due to the massive invasion of Alans, Suebi, and Vandals, who, although they had been repulsed from Italy in 406, moved into Gaul on 31st December 406 and arrived in Hispania in 409. In early 408, Stilicho attempted to strengthen his position at court by marrying his second daughter, Thermantia, to Honorius after the death of the Empress Maria in 407. Another invasion by Alaric was prevented in 408 by Stilicho, when he forced the Roman Senate to pay 4,000 pounds of gold to persuade the Goths to leave Italy. Honorius, in the meantime, was at Bononia on his way from Ravenna to Ticinum, when the news reached him of his brother's death in May 408. He at first was planning to go to Constantinople to help set up the court in the wake of the accession of Theodosius II. Summoning Stilicho from Ravenna for advice, Stilicho advised Honorius not to go and proceeded to go himself. In Stilicho's absence, a minister named Olympius gained the confidence of Honorius. He convinced the emperor that his Arian father-in-law was conspiring with the barbarians to overthrow Honorius. On his return to Ravenna, Honorius ordered the arrest and execution of Stilicho. With Stilicho's fall, Olympius moved against all of his former father-in-law's allies, killing and torturing key individuals, and ordering the confiscation of the property of anyone who had borne any office while Stilicho was in command. Honorius's wife Thermantia, daughter of Stilicho, was taken from the imperial throne and given over to her mother. Eucharius, the son of Stilicho, was put to death. The conspiracy also massacred the families of Stilicho's federate troops, and the troops defected en masse to Alaric. In 409, Alaric returned to Italy, finding little effective opposition in the field. With the agreement of the Senate, he supported the usurpation of Priscus Attalus. In 410, the Eastern Roman Empire sent 6 legions, 6,000 men. Due to changes in tactics, legions of this period were about 1,000 soldiers, down from the 6,000 soldier legions of the Republic and early Empire periods, to aid Honorius. To counter Attalus, Honorius tried to negotiate with Alaric. Alaric withdrew his support for Attalus in 410, but the negotiations with Honorius broke down. Alaric again entered Italy in 410 and sacked Rome. The revolt of Constantine III in the west continued through this period. In 409, Gerontius, Constantine III's general in Hispania, rebelled against him, proclaimed Maximus emperor, and besieged Constantine at Arles. Honorius now found himself an able commander, Constantius, who defeated Maximus and Gerontius, and then Constantine in 411. Gaul was again a source of troubles for Honorius. Just after Constantius's troops had returned to Italy, Jovinus revolted in northern Gaul, with the support of Alans, Burgundians, and the Gallic nobility. Jovinus tried to negotiate with the invading Goths of Ataulf, but his proclamation of his brother Sebastianus as Augustus made Ataulf seek alliance with Honorius. Honorius had Ataulf defeat and execute Jovinus in 413. At the same time, Heraclianus raised the standard of revolt in North Africa, but failed to launch an invasion of Italy. Defeated, he fled back to Carthage and was killed. In 414, Constantius attacked Ataulf, who proclaimed Priscus Attalus emperor again. Constantius drove Ataulf into Hispania, and Attalus, having again lost Visigoth support, was captured and deposed. In the 11th consulship of Honorius and the 2nd of Constantius, the emperor entered Rome in triumph, with Attalus at the wheels of his chariot. Honorius punished Attalus by cutting off his right finger and thumb, inflicting the same fate that Attalus threatened Honorius with. Remembering how Attalus had suggested that Honorius should retire to some small island, he returned the favor by banishing Attalus to the island of Lipara. Northeastern Gaul became subject to even greater Frankish influence, while a treaty signed in 418 granted to the Visigoths southwestern Gaul, the former Gallia Aquitania. Under the influence of Constantius, Honorius issued the Edict of 418, which was designed to enable the empire to retain a hold on the lands which were to be surrendered to the Goths. This edict relaxed the administrative bonds that connected all the 7 provinces: the Maritime Alps, Narbonensis Prima, Narbonensis Secunda, Novem Populania, Aquitania Prima, Aquitania Secunda, and Viennensis, with the central government. It removed the imperial governors and allowed the inhabitants, as a dependent federation, to conduct their own affairs, for which purpose representatives of all the towns were to meet every year in Arles. In 417, Constantius married Honorius's sister, Galla Placidia, much against her will. In 421, Honorius recognized him as co-emperor Constantius III. However, when the announcement of his elevation was sent to Constantinople, Theodosius refused to recognize him. Constantius, enraged, began preparations for a military conflict with the Eastern Empire, but before he could commence the planned intervention, he died early in 422. In 420 to 422, another Maximus gained and lost power in Hispania. By the time of Honorius's death in 423, Britain, Spain, and large parts of Gaul had effectively passed into barbarian control. In his final years, Honorius reportedly developed a physical attraction to his half-sister, and in order to escape his unwelcome attentions, Galla Placidia and her children, the future Emperor Valentinian III and his sister, Honoria, fled to Constantinople. Honorius died of edema on 15 August 423, leaving no heir. In the subsequent interregnum, Joannes was nominated emperor. The following year, however, the Eastern Emperor Theodosius II elected his cousin Valentinian III, son of Galla Placidia and Constantius III, as emperor. The most notable event of his reign was the assault and sack of Rome on 24 August 410 by the Visigoths under Alaric. The city had been under Visigothic siege since shortly after Stilicho's deposition and execution in the summer of 408. Lacking a strong general to control the by now mostly barbarian Roman army, Honorius could do little to attack Alaric's forces directly, and apparently adopted the only strategy he could in the situation: wait passively for the Visigoths to grow weary and spend the time marshalling what forces he could. Unfortunately, this course of action appeared to be the product of Honorius's indecisive character, and he suffered much criticism for it, both from contemporaries and later historians. Whether this plan could have worked is perhaps debatable. In any case, it was overtaken by events. Stricken by starvation, somebody opened Rome's defenses to Alaric, and the Goths poured in. The city had not been under the control of a foreign force since an invasion of Gauls some 8 centuries before. The sack itself was notably mild as sacks go. Churches and religious statuary went unharmed, for example. The psychological blow to the Romans was considerably more painful. The shock of this event reverberated from Britain to Jerusalem. and inspired Augustine to write his magnum opus, The City of God. The year 410 also saw Honorius reply to a British plea for assistance against local barbarian incursions, called the Rescript of Honorius. Preoccupied with the Visigoths, Honorius lacked any military capability to assist the distant province. According to the 6th century Byzantine scholar Zosimus, Honorius wrote letters to the cities in Britain, bidding them to guard themselves. This sentence is located randomly in the middle of a discussion of southern Italy. No further mention of Britain is made, which has led some, though not all, modern academics to suggest that the rescript does not apply to Britain, but to Bruttium in Italy. In his History of the Wars, Procopius mentions a story where, on hearing the news that Rome had perished, Honorius was initially shocked, thinking the news was in reference to a favorite chicken he had named Roma. At that time, they say that the Emperor Honorius in Ravenna received the message from one of the eunuchs, evidently a keeper of the poultry, that Rome had perished. And he cried out and said, "And yet it has just eaten from my hands." For he had a very large cock, Rome by name. And the eunuch, comprehending his words, said that it was the city of Rome which had perished at the hands of Alaric. And the emperor, with a sigh of relief, answered quickly, "But I thought that my foul Rome had perished." So great, they say, was the folly with which this emperor was possessed. Summarizing his account of Honorius' reign, the historian B. Bury wrote, "His name would be forgotten among the obscurest occupants of the imperial throne, were it not that his reign coincided with the fatal period in which it was decided that Western Europe was to pass from the Roman to the Teuton." After listing the disasters of those 28 years, Bury concludes that Honorius himself did nothing of note against the enemies who infested his realm, but personally he was extraordinarily fortunate in occupying the throne till he died a natural death and witnessing the destruction of the multitude of tyrants who rose up against him. Honorius issued a decree during his reign prohibiting men from wearing trousers in Rome. The last known gladiatorial fight took place during the reign of Honorius. Flavius Stilicho was a high-ranking general who was, for a time, the most powerful man in the Western Roman Empire. Half Vandal and married to the niece of the Emperor Theodosius, Stilicho's regency for the underage Honorius marked the high point of German advancement in the service of Rome. After many years of victories against a number of enemies, both barbarian and Roman, a series of political and military disasters finally allowed his enemies, in the court of Honorius, to remove him from power, culminating in his arrest and subsequent execution in 408. Known for his military successes and sense of duty, Stilicho was, in the words of historian Edward Gibbon, the last of the Roman generals. Stilicho was the son of a Roman soldier of Vandal birth and a provincial Roman woman. Despite his father's origins, there is little to suggest that Stilicho considered himself anything other than a Roman, and his high rank within the empire suggests that he was probably not Arian, like many Germanic Christians, but rather a Nicene Christian, like his patron Theodosius I, who declared Nicene Christianity the official religion of the empire. Stilicho joined the Roman army and rose through the ranks during the reign of Theodosius, who ruled the eastern half of the Roman Empire from Constantinople, and who was to become the last emperor to rule both the eastern and western halves of the empire jointly. In 383, Theodosius sent him as an envoy to the court of the Persian king Shapur III in Ctesiphon to negotiate a peace settlement relating to the partition of Armenia. Upon his return to Constantinople at the successful conclusion of peace talks, Stilicho was promoted to comes stabuli and later to general. The emperor recognized that Stilicho could be a valuable ally, and to form a blood tie with him, Theodosius married his adopted niece Serena to Stilicho. The marriage took place around the time of Stilicho's mission to Persia, and ultimately Serena gave birth to a son, who was named Eucharius, and two daughters, Maria and Thermantia. After the death of the Western Emperor Valentinian II in 392, Stilicho helped raise the army that Theodosius would lead to victory at the Battle of the Frigidus, and was one of the eastern leaders in that battle. One of his comrades during the campaign was the Visigothic warlord Alaric, who commanded a substantial number of Gothic auxiliaries. Alaric would go on to become Stilicho's chief adversary during his later career as the head of the Western Roman armies. Stilicho distinguished himself at the Frigidus, and Theodosius, exhausted by the campaign, saw him as a man worthy of responsibility for the future safety of the empire. The last emperor of a united Rome appointed Stilicho guardian of his son, Honorius, shortly before his death in 395. Following the death of Theodosius, Honorius became emperor of the Western Roman Empire, while his brother Arcadius was placed on the eastern throne in Constantinople. As both were underage, Theodosius had appointed Stilicho as the caretaker for Honorius until he came of age. He would claim to have been given a similar role in regards to Arcadius, although no independent verification of this exists. Neither proved to be effective emperors, and Stilicho came to be the de facto commander-in-chief of the Roman armies in the west, while his rival Rufinus became the power behind the throne in the east. In his role in the west, Stilicho proved his abilities energetically, although political maneuverings by agents of the two imperial courts would hinder him throughout his career. His first brush with such court politics came in 395. The Visigoths, living in Lower Moesia, had recently elected Alaric as their king. Alaric broke his treaty with Rome and led his people on a raid into Thrace. The army that had been victorious at the Frigidus was still assembled, and Stilicho led it toward Alaric's forces. The armies of the Eastern Empire were occupied with Hunnic incursions in Asia Minor and Syria, so Rufinus attempted to negotiate with Alaric in person. The only results were suspicions in Constantinople that Rufinus was in league with the Goths. Stilicho now marched east against Alaric. According to Claudian, Stilicho was in a position to destroy the Goths when he was ordered by Arcadius to leave Illyricum. Soon after, Rufinus was hacked to death by his own soldiers. 2 years later, in 397, Stilicho defeated Alaric's forces in Macedonia, although Alaric himself escaped into the surrounding mountains. Edward Gibbon, drawing on Zosimus, criticizes Stilicho for being overconfident in victory and indulging in luxury and women, allowing Alaric to escape, and finds a variety of possible explanations, including an order from Arcadius ordering him to evacuate the Eastern Empire, the unreliability of his mostly barbarian troops, the revolt of Gildo in Africa, or the possibility that he simply was never as close to Alaric as Claudian suggests. Later that year, Gildo, a Roman general in Africa, led a revolt in which he tried to place the African provinces, the critical source of Rome's grain supply, under the control of the Eastern Empire. Stilicho sent Massazel, the brother of Gildo, into Africa with an army, which quickly suppressed the rebellion. However, upon his return to Italy, Massazel was drowned under questionable circumstances, perhaps on the orders of a jealous Stilicho. The year 400 also saw Stilicho accorded the highest honor within the Roman state by being appointed consul. Stilicho also fought a war in Britain in this time period, likely in the year 398, though a critical analysis of Claudian strongly suggests that it went badly. Around this time, Alaric moved to invade Italy with his Visigoths and established positions around Milan, where Honorius lay trapped. Stilicho hastened forward with a selected vanguard in advance of his main body of 30,000 troops, breaking the siege of Milan and rescuing the besieged emperor. Alaric had to raise the siege of the city. One of his chieftains implored him to retreat, but Alaric refused. In a surprise attack on Easter Sunday in 402, Stilicho defeated Alaric at the Battle of Pollentia, capturing his camp and his wife. Alaric managed to escape with most of his men. This battle was the last victory celebrated in a triumphal march in Rome, which was saved for the time being. In 403 at Verona, Stilicho again bested Alaric, who, as Gibbon said, only escaped by the speed of his horse. A truce was made, and Alaric went to Illyricum. In late 406, Stilicho demanded the return of the eastern half of Illyricum, threatening war if the Eastern Roman Empire resisted. The exact reasons for this are unclear, but it is possible that Stilicho planned to employ Alaric and his battle-hardened troops as allies against the bands of Alans, Vandals, and Sueves that were threatening to invade the West. To do so, Stilicho may have needed to legitimize Alaric's control of Illyricum. In 405, there was a major invasion of Italy by those Alans, Sueves, and Vandals under the command of Radagaisus, disrupting Stilicho's plans to retake Illyria from the Eastern Empire with the help of Alaric. Stilicho, scraping together 30 legions, roughly 30,000 troops, legions during the late Roman Empire had around 1,000 soldiers, through a variety of desperate methods, including efforts to enroll slaves in the army in exchange for their freedom, led a coalition of Romans, Alans, and Huns to defeat Radagasius at Ticinum in 406. In 405, according to Rutilius Namatianus, De Reditu, Stilicho ordered the destruction of the Sibylline books. The reasons for this are unknown, and the story cannot be verified. The Rhine frontier having been depleted of forces in order to defend Italy, leaving it defended by only the faith of the Germans and the ancient terror of the Roman name, as Gibbon put it, a massive number of Vandals, Alans, and Suevi from Central Europe crossed the frozen-over and poorly defended Rhine on 31st December 406. These new migrants proceeded to devastate the provinces of Gaul, as well as triggering military revolts in Britannia and Gaul. Stilicho's reputation would never recover from this disaster. The destruction that occurred in Gaul and the lack of an effective response from the court in Ravenna lent support to the rebellion of Constantine III in Britain, which Stilicho proved unable to deal with. As Constantine moved his forces into Gaul, Stilicho sent his subordinate Sarus to deal with him. Sarus had some initial success, winning a major victory and killing both of Constantine's Magister Militum, but a relief force drove him back and saved the rebellion. Sarus withdrew, and Stilicho decided to seal off the Alps to prevent Constantine from threatening Italy. Meanwhile, Constantine's rebellion having broken off the negotiations between Alaric and Stilicho for the joint attack on Illyria, Alaric demanded the payment he was owed, threatening to attack Italy again if he was not given a large amount of gold. The Senate, inspired by the courage rather than the wisdom of their predecessors, as Gibbon put it, was in favor of war with Alaric until Stilicho persuaded them to give in to Alaric's demands. They were angry at Stilicho for this, and one of the most outspoken of them, Lampadius, said, "Non est ista pax, sed pactio servitutis." His unsuccessful attempts to deal with Constantine, rumors that he had earlier planned the assassination of Rufinus, and that he planned to place his son on the Byzantine throne following the death of Emperor Arcadius in 408 caused a revolt. The Roman army at Ticinum mutinied on August 13th, killing at least 7 senior imperial officers. This was followed by events which John Matthews observed have every appearance of a thoroughly coordinated coup d'etat organized by Stilicho's political opponents. Stilicho retired to Ravenna, where he was taken into captivity. Although it was within his ability to contest the charges, Stilicho did not resist, either because of loyalty to Rome or for fear of the consequences to the already precarious state of the Western Empire. He was decapitated on August 22, 408. His son Eucharius was murdered in Rome shortly afterwards. In the disturbances which followed the downfall and execution of Stilicho, the wives and children of barbarian foederati throughout Italy were slain by the local Romans. The natural consequence was that these men, estimates describe their numbers as perhaps 30,000 strong, flocked to the protection of Alaric, clamoring to be led against their enemies. The Visigothic warlord accordingly crossed the Julian Alps and began a campaign through the heart of Italy. By September 408, the barbarians stood before the walls of Rome. Without a strong general like Stilicho, Honorius could do little to break the siege and adopted a passive strategy trying to wait out Alaric, hoping to regather his forces to defeat the Visigoths in the meantime. What followed was 2 years of political and military maneuvering. Alaric, king of the Goths, attempting to secure a permanent peace treaty and rights to settle within Roman territory. He besieged Rome 3 times without attacking, while the Roman army of Italu watched helplessly, but only after a 4th failed attempt at a deal was Alaric's siege a success. After months under siege, the people of Rome were dying of hunger, and some were resorting to cannibalism. Then the inevitable happened. A traitor opened the gates to Alaric's troops, and they sacked the city in August 410. The removal of Stilicho was the main catalyst leading to this monumental event, the first barbarian capture of the city in nearly 8 centuries and a part of the fall of the Western Roman Empire. Flavius Constantius, commonly known as Constantius III, was Western Roman Emperor for 7 months in 421. A prominent general and politician, he was the power behind the throne for much of the 410s, and in 421 briefly became co-emperor of the Western Empire with Honorius. Constantius was born in Naissus and was probably a career soldier who reached the rank of Magister Militum under Honorius. In 411, he defeated Gerontius, the general of usurper Maximus, and Constantine III, another usurper. Constantine had revolted against Honorius, but then he had broken his relationship with General Gerontius, who had proclaimed Maximus emperor in opposition to both Honorius and Constantine. Gerontius had then besieged Constantine in the city of Arles, but the arrival of the troops of Constantius from Italy had put him in serious trouble, being at the same time a besieger and a besieged. Gerontius was abandoned by his troops and then killed in Hispania. The able general having been disposed of, Constantius besieged the city for 3 months until the general of Constantine, Eudobicus, who had been sent across the border to find allies, did return with a large army of Franks and Alemanni. Before the walls of Arles, Constantius confronted and defeated Eudobicus, who was later betrayed and killed by a friend. Constantine was forced to surrender to Constantius when his troops on the Rhine left him for another usurper, Jovinus. Constantius granted a safe conduct to Constantine, who had become an ordained priest, but later he captured and killed him. In 412, he expelled from Italy the Visigoths under Ataulf. In 413, he held his first consulate. In 414, he began a military offensive against the Visigoths. In response, Ataulf appointed as emperor Priscus Attalus, who had already been a usurper against Honorius in 410. The blockade imposed by Constantius on Gallic ports was so effective that the Visigoths fled from Gaul to Hispania in 415. Attalus too tried to flee, but was captured by the forces of Constantius and sent to Ravenna. With the death of Ataulf and his successor Segeric, that same year Constantius signed a treaty with the new Visigothic king Wallia. In exchange of 600,000 bushels of wheat and the territory of the region of Aquitaine, from the Pyrenees to the Garonne, the Visigoths pledged to fight on behalf of the Romans, as allies, official or vassal state of the empire, the Vandals, Alans, and Suebi, who in 407 had crossed the Rhine River and were stationed in the provinces of Hispania. The agreement also provided for the release of Galla Placidia, Honorius's sister, captured during the sack of Rome in 410. Constantius was appointed patricius, and in 417, the year of his second consulate held with Honorius as colleague, he married Galla Placidia, tying himself to the house of Theodosius. The couple had 2 children, Justa Grata Honoria and the future Emperor Valentinian III. In 420, he was appointed consul for the 3rd time with the Eastern Emperor Theodosius II as colleague. On February 8, 421, Constantius was appointed co-emperor with his ineffectual brother-in-law, Honorius, becoming the real master of the West. Curiously, he complained of loss of personal freedom implied by the new role. The elevation of Constantius, however, was not recognized by his colleague in the East, Theodosius II, who was the nephew of Honorius. It is said that Constantius was organizing a military expedition to the East to have his rights recognized when he died suddenly on September 2, 421, after just 7 months as emperor, the archetype of able soldier and politician that the Western Roman Empire desperately needed at the time. A struggle to replace Constantius swiftly erupted, with some open fighting. Galla Placidia fled with her son Valentinian to Constantinople. Her brother Honorius, still childless, died in 423. Constantius's success in rising from head of the Roman army to imperial rank obviously influenced the actions of later holders of the patrician office, a list that includes Flavius Aetius and Ricimer. However, only Petronius Maximus ever made the same leap, and his reign was even shorter than that of Constantius. Flavius Claudius Constantinus, known in English as Constantine III, was a Roman general who declared himself Western Roman Emperor in Britannia in 407 and established himself in Gaul. Recognized by the Emperor Honorius in 409, collapsing support and military setbacks saw him abdicate in 411. He was captured and executed shortly afterwards. On 31st December in 406, several tribes of barbarian invaders, including the Vandals, the Burgundians, the Alans, and the Sueves, crossed the Rhine, perhaps near Mainz, and overran the Roman defensive works in a successful invasion of the Western Roman Empire. This was a blow to the Western Empire from which it never recovered. The Roman authorities were never able to eject or destroy these invaders, most of whom eventually settled in Spain and North Africa, nor to face the movements of the Franks, Burgundians, and Visigoths in Gaul at the same time. Also, a contributing factor of major importance was the disunity among the Romans themselves. A unified empire with the full support of a loyal population willing to make the necessary sacrifices to overcome invaders like settlers had shown in the past, it was possible to keep the empire's borders secure. At the time of this invasion, the provinces of Britain were in revolt, setting up and pulling down a series of usurpers, which ended with the elevation of Constantine early in 407. Fearful of a Germanic invasion and desperate for some sense of security in a world rapidly falling apart, the Roman military in Britain chose as their leader a man named after the famed emperor of the early 4th century, Constantine the Great, who had himself risen to power through a military coup in Britain. A common soldier, but one of some ability, Constantine moved quickly. He crossed the English Channel to the continent at Bononia and took along with him all of the mobile troops left in Britain, thus denuding the province of any first-line military protection and explaining their disappearance in the early 5th century. Constantine's two generals Justinianus and the Frank Nebiogastes, leading the vanguard of his forces, were defeated by Sarus and Stilicho's lieutenant, with Nebiogastes being first trapped in, then killed outside Valence. However, Constantine sent another army headed by Adobicus and Gerontius, and Sarus was forced to retreat into Italy, needing to buy his passage through the Alpine passes from the brigand Bagodae, who controlled them. Constantine secured the Rhine frontier and garrisoned the passes that led from Gaul into Italy. By May 408, he had made Arles his capital, where he appointed Apollinaris, the grandfather of Sidonius Apollinaris, as prefect. In the summer of 408, as the Roman forces in Italy assembled to counterattack, Constantine had other plans. Fearful that several cousins of the Emperor Honorius in Hispania, which was a stronghold of the house of Theodosius and loyal to the ineffectual emperor, would organize an attack from that direction, while troops under Sarus and Stilicho attacked him from Italy in a pincer maneuver. He struck first at Hispania. He summoned his eldest son, Constans, from the monastery where he was dwelling, elevated him to Caesar, or co-emperor, and sent him with the general Gerontius towards Hispania. The cousins of Honorius were defeated without much difficulty, and two, Didymus and Theodosiolus, were captured, while two others, Lagodius and Varianus, managed to escape to safety in Constantinople. Constans left his wife and household at Saragossa under the care of Gerontius to return to report to Arles. Meanwhile, the loyalist Roman army mutinied at Ticinum on the 13th of August, which was followed by the execution of the patrician Stilicho on the 22nd of August. As a byproduct of these events, the actions of an intrigue within the imperial court, the general Sarus abandoned the Western army followed by his men. This left the Emperor Honorius in Ravenna without any significant military power, and also facing the problem of a Gothic army under Alaric, roaming unchecked in Etruria. So, when Constantine's envoys arrived to parley at Ravenna, the fearful Honorius eagerly recognized Constantine as co-emperor, and the two were joint consuls for the year 409. That year was the high water mark of Constantine's success. But by September, the tribes that had overrun the Rhine defenses and had spent the intervening 2 years and 8 months burning and plundering their way through Gaul had reached the Pyrenees, where they broke through Constantine's garrisons and entered Hispania. While Constantine prepared to send his son Constans back to deal with this crisis, word came that his general Gerontius had rebelled, raising his own man as co-emperor. Despite Constantine's best efforts, his fear of an attack from Hispania did come to pass the following year, when Gerontius advanced with the support of his barbarian allies. About the same time, Saxon pirates raided Britain, which Constantine had left defenseless. Obviously upset that Constantine had neglected them in his efforts to establish his own empire and had failed to defend them against the assaults they had hoped he would prevent, the Roman inhabitants of Britain and Armorica rebelled against Constantine's authority and expelled his officials. Constantine's response to this tightening circle of enemies was a final desperate gamble. He marched on Italy with the remaining troops left to him, encouraged by the entreaties of one Alabich who wanted to replace Honorius with a more capable ruler. But this invasion ended in defeat, with Alabich losing his life and Constantine forced to retreat into Gaul in the late spring of 410. Constantine's position grew even more untenable. His forces facing the rebel Gerontius were defeated at Vienne, where his son, Constans, was captured and executed. Constantine's Praetorian prefect Decimus Rusticus, who had replaced Apollinaris a year earlier, abandoned Constantine to be caught up in the new rebellion of Jovinus in the Rhineland. Gerontius trapped Constantine inside Arles and besieged him. At the same time, a new general was found to support Honorius. The future Constantius III, who arrived at Arles, put Gerontius to flight and then took over the siege of Constantine in Arles. Constantine held out, hoping for the return of his general Eudobichus, who was raising troops in northern Gaul amongst the Franks. But on his return, Eudobichus was defeated by a simple stratagem. Constantine's last slender hope faded when his last troops guarding the Rhine abandoned him to support Jovinus, and he was forced to surrender. Despite the promise of safe passage and Constantine's assumption of clerical offices, Constantius imprisoned the former soldier and had him beheaded on his way to Ravenna in either August or September 411. Although Gerontius committed suicide in Hispania, and Atholf the Visigoth later suppressed the revolt of Jovinus, Roman rule never returned to Britain after the death of Constantine III. As the historian Procopius later explained, from that time onwards it remained under of tyrants. Priscus Attalus was twice Roman usurper, against Emperor Honorius, with Visigothic support. Priscus Attalus was a Greek from Asia whose father had moved to Italy under Valentinian Fernur. Attalus was an important senator in Rome, who served as Praefectus Urbi in 409. He was twice proclaimed emperor by the Visigoths in an effort to impose their terms on the ineffectual Emperor Honorius in Ravenna. He held the title of emperor in Rome during 409, and later in Bordeaux in 414. His two reigns lasted only a few months. The first one ended when Alaric believed it was hampering his negotiations with Honorius, and the second came to an end after he was abandoned by the Visigoths and eventually captured by Honorius's men. Attalus was obliged to participate in the triumph Honorius celebrated in the streets of Rome in 416, before finishing his days exiled in the Lipari Islands. Jovinus was a Gallo-Roman senator and claimed to be Roman emperor. Following the defeat of the usurper, known with the name of Constantine III, Jovinus was proclaimed emperor at Mainz in 411, a puppet supported by Gundahar, king of the Burgundians, and Goar, king of the Alans. Jovinus kept his position in Gaul for 2 years, long enough to issue coinage that showed him wearing the imperial diadem. He was supported by a number of local Gallo-Roman nobles who had survived Constantine's defeat. Under the pretext of Jovinus's imperial authority, Gundahar and his Burgundians established themselves on the left bank of the Rhine, between the river Lauter and the Nahe. Here they founded a kingdom with the old Romanized Gaulish settlement of Borbetomagus as its capital. Jovinus's end came after the Visigoths under Ataulf left Italy, ostensibly to join him, carrying with them as hostages the ex-emperor Attalus and Galla Placidia, Honorius's half-sister. Then Ataulf attacked and killed Sarus, who had also come to support Jovinus. Jovinus, offended at this act, then failed to consult Ataulf when he elevated his brother Sebastianus as co-emperor. Insulted, Ataulf allied his Visigoths with Honorius, and they defeated Jovinus's troops. Sebastianus was executed. Jovinus fled for his life, but was besieged and captured in Valentia and taken to Narbo, where Caius Postumus Dardanus, the Praetorian prefect in Gaul, who had remained loyal to Honorius, had him executed. Jovinus's and Sebastianus's heads were afterwards sent to Honorius and mounted on the walls of Ravenna. Flavius Placidius Valentinianus Augustus was Western Roman emperor from 425 to 455. His reign was marked by the ongoing dismemberment of the Western Empire. Valentinian was born in the western capital of Ravenna, the only son of Galla Placidia and Flavius Constantius. His mother was the younger half-sister of the Western Emperor Honorius, while his father was at the time a patrician and the power behind the throne. Through his mother, Valentinian was a descendant both of Theodosius I, who was his maternal grandfather, and of Valentinian Fürmpfer, who was the father of his maternal grandmother. It was also through his mother's side of the family that he was the nephew of Honorius and first cousin to Theodosius II, who was Eastern Emperor for most of Valentinian's life. Valentinian had a full sister, Justa Grata Honoria, who was probably born in 417 or 418. The history of Paul the Deacon mentions her first when mentioning the children of the marriage, suggesting she was the eldest. His mother had previously been married to Ataulf of the Visigoths and had borne a son, Theodosius, in Barcelona in 414. But the child had died early in the following year, thus eliminating an opportunity for a Romano-Visigothic line. When Valentinian was less than 2 years old, Honorius appointed Constantius co-emperor, a dignity he would hold until his death 7 months later. As a result of all these family ties, Valentinian was the son, grandson, great-grandson, cousin, and nephew of Roman emperors. In either 421 or 423, Valentinian was given the title of Nobilissimus by Honorius, but which was not initially recognized in the Eastern court of Theodosius II. After the death of his father in 421, Valentinian followed his mother and his sister to Constantinople, when court intrigue saw Galla Placidia forced to flee from her half-brother, Emperor Honorius, and the young Valentinian went to live at the court of his cousin Theodosius II. In 423, Honorius died, and the usurper Joannes took the power in Rome. To counter this threat to his power, Theodosius belatedly recognized Valentinian's father as Augustus and nominated Valentinian Caesar of the West in October 23, 424. Theodosius also betrothed him to his own daughter, Licinia Eudoxia. It was only in the following year, after Joannes had been defeated in a combined naval and land campaign, that Valentinian was installed by the Eastern Patricius et Magister Officiorum Helion as Western Emperor in Rome on October 23, 425, at the age of 6. Given his minority status, the new Augustus ruled under the regency of his mother Galla Placidia, one of whose first acts was to install Felix as the Magister Utriusque Militia in the West. Her regency lasted until 437, and for the duration Theodosius II gave her his full support. This period was marked with a vigorous imperial policy and an attempt to stabilize the western provinces as far as the stretched resources of the empire could manage. In 425, the court at Ravenna negotiated with the Huns, who had accompanied Flavius Aetius to Italy in support of Joannes. They agreed to leave Italy and to evacuate the province of Pannonia Valeria, which was returned to the empire. This allowed Felix and the imperial government to restructure the defenses along the Danubian provinces in 427 and 428. In addition, there were significant victories over the Visigoths in Gaul in 426 and 430, and the Franks along the Rhine in 428 and 480, 432. Nevertheless, there were significant problems that threatened the viability of the Roman state in the West. The Visigoths were a constant presence in southeastern Gaul and could not be dislodged. The Vandals in Hispania continued their incursions, and in 429, they commenced their invasion of Mauritania Tingitana. The loss of these territories seriously impacted the state's ability to function. the burden of taxation became more and more intolerable as Rome's power decreased, and the loyalty of its remaining provinces was seriously impaired in consequence. In addition, the initial period of Valentinian's reign was dominated by the struggle between the leaders of the three principal army groups of the West: Felix, the senior magister militum praesentalis; Bonifacius, the magister militum per Africam; and Flavius Aetius, the magister militum per Gallius. In 427, Felix accused Bonifacius of being a traitor and demanded that he return to Italy. Bonifacius refused and defeated an army sent by Felix to capture him. Weakened, Felix was unable to resist Aetius, who, with the support of Galla Placidia, replaced him as magister militum praesentalis in 429, before having him killed in 430. Bonifacius, in the meantime, had been unable to defeat Sigisvultus, whom Galla Placidia had sent to deal with the rebel. Bonifacius, therefore, entered into an agreement with the Vandals to come to his aid, and in return, they would divide the African provinces between themselves. Concerned by these turn of events, and determined to hold on to the African provinces at all cost, the court at Ravenna sought reconciliation with Bonifacius, who agreed in 430 to affirm his allegiance to Valentinian III and stop the Vandal king Gaiseric. In 431, Bonifacius was crushed and fled to Italy, abandoning western North Africa. The imperial court, and especially Galla Placidia, worried about the power being wielded by Aetius, stripped Aetius of his command and gave it to Bonifacius. In the civil war that followed, Bonifacius defeated Aetius at the Battle of Ravenna, but died of his wounds. Aetius fled to the Huns, and with their help, was able to persuade the court to reinstate him to his old position of magister militum praesentalis in 434. As a consequence, in 435, Valentinian was forced to conclude a peace with Gaiseric, whereby the Vandals kept all their possessions in North Africa in return for a payment of tribute to the empire, while the Huns were granted new territory in Pannonia Savia to occupy. Galla Placidia's regency came to an end in 437 when Valentinian traveled to Constantinople to marry his fiancée, Licinia Eudoxia. On his return to Rome, he was nominally the emperor, but in truth, the management of imperial policy in the West was in the hands of Aetius. From 436 to 439, Aetius was focused on the situation in Gaul. Serious Gothic defeats in 437 and 438 were undone by a Roman defeat in 439, which saw the status quo restored through a new truce. He also enjoyed initial success against the Franks and the Burgundians, as well as putting down a revolt by the Bagaudae by 437. In 438, peace was also achieved with the Suebi in Spain. The same year, the Valentinian's daughter, Eudocia, was born. With Aetius completely occupied with events in Gaul, Valentinian was unable to do anything to prevent the Vandals completely overrunning the remaining western African provinces, culminating in the fall of Carthage on 19 October 439. This was a major blow, due to the fact that taxes and foodstuffs from these wealthy provinces supported Rome. By 440, Vandal fleets were ravaging Sicily, and Aetius coordinated a joint response with the Eastern Court, which saw large numbers of troops arriving in Sicily with the intent of attacking Gaiseric. These plans were abandoned when pressure from the Huns forced the transfer of these troops to the Danube to repulse the Hunnic invasions. Therefore, in 442, Aetius and Valentinian were forced to acknowledge the Vandal conquests of proconsular Africa, Byzacena, and western Numidia, in exchange for which Rome was returned the now devastated provinces of Tripolitana, Mauritania Sitifensis, Mauritania Caesariensis, and part of Numidia. Regardless, however, Gaiseric had soon retaken Mauritania Sitifensis and Mauritania Caesariensis, as well as taking Sardinia and Corsica, and conducting devastating raids on Sicily. Therefore, Aetius was determined that, if they could not prevent Gaiseric wreaking havoc by military means, that perhaps linking him to the imperial dynasty would be the next best thing. Consequently, sometime before 446, he convinced Valentinian to agree to a marriage between his eldest daughter, Eudocia, and Gaiseric's son, Huneric. Unfortunately, Huneric was already married to the daughter of the king of the Visigoths, so the idea was abandoned. Spain as well continued to slip away from imperial control during the early to mid-440 as the Suebi extended their control. By 444, all the Spanish provinces bar Hispania Tarraconensis had been lost to the Germanic tribe, and even Tarraconensis was under pressure due to continued Bagaudic uprisings. As a consequence of these territorial losses, by the mid-440s, the state was experiencing severe financial problems, with the government openly acknowledging that there was insufficient revenue to meet the military needs of the state. The emperor issued a law on 14th July, 444, stripping the bureaucrats of their exemptions from the recruitment tax. In that year, 2 additional taxes were issued in Valentinian's name, one a sales tax of around 4%, and another on the senatorial class, specifically to raise new troops, as well feeding and clothing them. Senators of illustrious rank were required to contribute the money for maintaining 3 soldiers, senators of the second class money for 1 soldier, and senators of the third class 1/3 the cost of maintaining a soldier. Even Valentinian himself was not exempt, and he was forced to sacrifice a portion of his income and use the reduced contents of his personal income to help the state in its financial straits. The Huns continued to pressure the Danubian provinces. Sometime before 449, Valentinian granted the honorary title of Magister Militum of the Western Empire upon their chieftain, Attila the Hun, and the Western court was relieved when he concentrated on raiding the Eastern Empire's provinces in the Balkans from 441 through to 449. In 449, Attila received a message from Honoria, Valentinian III's sister, offering him half the Western Empire if he would rescue her from an unwanted marriage that his brother was forcing her into. Attila had been looking for a pretext for invading the West and was allegedly bribed by the Vandal king Gaiseric to attack the Visigoths in Gaul. In 450, he invaded the Gallic provinces after securing peace with the Eastern court. Valentinian was furious over the invasion. The man Honorius sent to Attila with the offer was tortured to reveal all the details of the arrangement and then beheaded. It took a great deal of persuading for Valentinian's mother to get her son to agree to sparing his sister's life. In early 451, Attila crossed the Rhine and entered the Belgic provinces, capturing Divodurum Mediomatricum on April 7, 451. Aetius gathered together a coalition of forces, including Visigoths and Burgundians, and raced to prevent Attila taking the city of Aurelianum, successfully forcing the Huns to beat a hasty retreat. The Roman Germanic forces met Hunnic forces at the Battle of Chalons, resulting in a victory for Aetius, who sought to retain his position by allowing Attila and a significant number of his troops to escape. This allowed Attila to regroup, and in 452 he invaded Italy. He sacked and destroyed Aquileia and took Verona and Vincentia as well. Aetius was shadowing the Huns, but did not have the troops to attack, so the road to Rome was open. Although Ravenna was Valentinian's usual residence, he and the court eventually moved back to Rome, where he was as Attila approached. Valentinian sent Pope Leo I and 2 leading senators to negotiate with Attila. This embassy, combined with a plague among his troops, the threat of famine, and news that the Eastern Emperor Marcian had launched an attack on Hun homelands along the Danube, forced Attila to turn around and leave Italy. The death of Attila in Pannonia in 453, and the power struggle that erupted between his sons, ended the Hunnic threat to the empire. Valentinian thereby felt secure enough to begin plotting to have Aetius killed, egged on by Petronius Maximus, a high-ranking senator who bore Aetius a personal grudge. Aetius, whose son had married Valentinian's youngest daughter, Placidia, was murdered by Valentinian on 21st September 454. Aetius was presenting some financial statement before the emperor when Valentinian suddenly leapt from his throne, accusing him of treason. Valentinian drew his sword and rushed at the weaponless Aetius, killing him on the spot. An appalled Sidonius Apollinaris later remarked to Valentinian that, "I am ignorant, sir, of your motives or provocations. I only know that you have acted like a man who has cut off his right hand with his left." On March 16th of the following year, however, the emperor himself was assassinated in Rome by two Hunnish followers of Aetius. These retainers may have been put up to it by Petronius Maximus, a wealthy senator taking revenge for the rape of his wife Lucina by Valentinian. The day after the assassination, Petronius Maximus had himself proclaimed emperor by the remnants of the Western Roman army after paying a large donative. He was not as prepared as he thought to take over and stabilize the depleted empire, however. After a reign of only 11 weeks, Maximus was stoned to death by a Roman mob. King Gaiseric and his Vandals captured Rome a few days later and sacked it for 2 weeks. Valentinian's reign is marked by the dismemberment of the Western Empire. By the time of his death, virtually all of North Africa, all of Western Spain, and the majority of Gaul had passed out of Roman hands. He is described as spoiled, pleasure-loving, and heavily influenced by sorcerers and astrologers. Valentinian was devoted to religion, contributing to churches of Saint Lawrence in both Rome and Ravenna. He also handed over greater authority to the papacy. On June 6, 445, he issued a decree which recognized the primacy of the Bishop of Rome, based on the merits of Peter, the dignity of the city, and the Nicene Creed, ordained that any opposition to his rulings, which were to have the force of ecclesiastical law, should be treated as treason, and provided for the forcible extradition by provincial governors of anyone who refused to answer a summons to Rome. Valentinian was also consumed by trivialities. During the 430s, he began expelling all Jews from the Roman army, fearful of their supposed ability to corrupt the Christians they were serving with. According to Edward Gibbon, Valentinian III was a poor emperor. He faithfully imitated the hereditary weakness of his cousin and his two uncles, without inheriting the gentleness, the purity, the innocence, which alleviate in their characters the want of spirit and ability. Valentinian was less excusable, since he had passions without virtues. Even his religion was questionable, and though he never deviated into the paths of heresy, he scandalized the pious Christians by his attachment to the profane arts of magic and divination. John Bagnall Barry was equally scathing. Though he had ruled for 30 years, Valentinian had influenced the destinies of his empire even less than his uncle Honorius. He only flashed once into action, when, piqued by the presumption of Aetius in aspiring to connect himself with the imperial family, he struck him down. He thought he had slain his master. He found that he had slain his protector, and he fell a helpless victim to the first conspiracy which was hatched against his throne. The opinion of most modern historians is that Valentinian not only lacked the ability to govern the empire in a time of crisis, but aggravated its dangers by his self-indulgence and vindictiveness. Aelia Galla Placidia, daughter of the Roman Emperor Theodosius I, was the regent for Emperor Valentinian III from 423 until his majority in 437, and a major force in Roman politics for most of her life. She was consort to Ataulf, king of the Goths from 414 until his death in 415, and empress consort to Constantius III from 417 until his death in 422. Placidia was the daughter of Roman Emperor Theodosius I and his second wife Galla, who was herself daughter of Emperor Valentinian and his second wife Justina. Her older brother Gratian died young. Her mother died in childbirth in 394, giving birth to John, who died with their mother. Placidia was a younger, paternal half-sister of Emperors Arcadius and Honorius. Her older half-sister Pulcheria predeceased her parents, as mentioned in the writings of Gregory of Nyssa, placing the death of Pulcheria prior to the death of Aelia Flatilla, first wife of Theodosius, in 385. Placidia was granted her own household by her father in the early 390 and was thus financially independent while underage. She was summoned to the court of her father in Mediolanum during 394. She was present at Theodosius' death on January 17, 395. She was granted the title of Nobilissima Puella during her childhood. Placidia spent most of her early years in the household of Stilicho the Vandal and his wife Serena. She is presumed to have learned weaving and embroidery. She might have also been given a classical education, though no details are known. Serena was a first cousin of Arcadius, Honorius, and Placidia. The poem In Praise of Serena by Claudian and the Historia Nova by Zosimus clarify that Serena's father was an elder Honorius, a brother to Theodosius I. According to De Consulatu Stiliconis by Claudian, Placidia was betrothed to Eucharius, only known son of Stilicho and Serena. Her scheduled marriage is mentioned in the text as the third union between Stilicho's family and the Theodosian dynasty, following those of Stilicho to Serena and Maria, their daughter, to Honorius. Stilicho was the Magister Militum of the Western Roman Empire. He was the only known person to hold the rank of Magister Militum in Praesenti from 394 to 408 in both the Western and the Eastern Roman Empire. He was also titled Magister Equitum et Peditum, placing him in charge of both the cavalry and infantry forces of the Western Roman Empire. In 408, Arcadius died and was succeeded by his son Theodosius II, only 7 years old. Stilicho planned to proceed to Constantinople and undertake the management of the affairs of Theodosius, convincing Honorius not to travel to the east himself. Shortly after, Olympius, an officer of rank in the court guards, attempted to convince Honorius that Stilicho was in fact conspiring to depose Theodosius II to replace him with Eucharius. Olympius proceeded to lead a military coup d'état, which left him in control of Honorius and his court. Stilicho was arrested and executed on August 22, 408. Eucharius sought refuge in Rome, but was arrested there by Arsacius and Terentius, two eunuchs following imperial command. They executed him not long after. Honorius appointed Terentius imperial chamberlain and gave the next post under him to Arsacius. Their deaths left Placidia effectively unattached. In the disturbances that followed the fall of Stilicho, throughout the Italian peninsula, the wives and children of the Federati were slain. The Federati were considered loyalists of Stilicho and treated accordingly. The natural consequence of all this was that these men, to the number of 30,000, flocked to the camp of Alaric I, king of the Visigoths, clamoring to be led against their cowardly enemies. Alaric accordingly led them across the Julian Alps and, in September 408, stood before the Aurelian walls and began a strict blockade. Rome was under siege, with minor interruptions, from 408 to August 24, 410. Zosimus records that Placidia was within the city during the siege. When Serena was accused of conspiring with Alaric, the whole Senate, therefore, with Placidia, uterine sister to the emperor, thought it proper that she should suffer death. Her reasons for concurring to the execution of her cousin are not stated in the account. Prior to the fall of Rome, Placidia was captured by Alaric. Her captivity was recorded by both Jordanes and Marcellinus Comes, though the exact circumstances are not mentioned. She followed the Visigoths in their move from the Italian peninsula to Gaul in 412. Their ruler Ataulf, having succeeded Alaric, entered an alliance with Honorius against Jovinus and Sebastianus, rival Western Roman emperors located in Gaul. He managed to defeat and execute both Gallo-Roman emperors in 413. After the heads of Sebastianus and Jovinus arrived at Honorius' court in Ravenna in late August to be forwarded for display among other usurpers on the walls of Carthage, relations between Ataulf and Honorius improved sufficiently for Ataulf to cement them by marrying Galla Placidia at Narbonne on January 1, 414. The nuptials were celebrated with high Roman festivities and magnificent gifts from the Gothic booty. Priscus Attalus gave the wedding speech, a classical epithalamium. The marriage was recorded by Hydatius. The historian Jordanus states that they married earlier, in 411, at Forum Livii. Jordanus's date may actually be when she and the Gothic king first became more than captor and captive. Placidia and Ataulf had a single known son, Theodosius. He was born in Barcelona by the end of 414. Theodosius died early in the following year, thus eliminating an opportunity for a Romano-Visigothic line. Years later, the corpse was exhumed and reburied in the imperial mausoleum in Old St. Peter's Basilica, Rome. In Hispania, Ataulf imprudently accepted into his service a man identified as Dubius, or Eberwulf, a former follower of Sarus. Sarus was a Germanic chieftain who was killed while fighting under Jovinus and Sebastianus. His follower harbored a secret desire to avenge the death of his beloved patron. And so, in the palace at Barcelona, the man brought Ataulf's reign to a sudden end by killing him while he bathed in September 415. The Amali faction proceeded to proclaim Sigaric, a brother of Sarus, as the next king of the Visigoths. According to the History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, the first act of Sigaric's reign was the inhuman murder of Ataulf's 6 children from a former marriage whom he tore, without pity, from the feeble arms of a venerable bishop. As for Galla Placidia, as Ataulf's widow, she was treated with cruel and wanton insult by being forced to walk more than 12 miles on foot among the crowd of captives driven ahead of the mounted Sigaric. Seeing the noble widow's sufferings, however, became one of the factors that roused indignant opponents of the usurper, who quickly assassinated Sigaric and replaced him with Wallia, Ataulf's relative. According to the Chronicon Albuldense, included in the Rhoda Codex, Wallia was desperate for food supplies. He surrendered to Constantius III, at the time Magister Militum of Honorius, negotiating terms giving foederati status for the Visigoths. Placidia was returned to Honorius as part of the peace treaty. Her brother Honorius forced her into marriage to Constantius III on January 1, 417. Their daughter Justa Grata Honoria was probably born in 417 or 418. The history of Paul the Deacon mentions her first among the children of the marriage, suggesting that she was the eldest. Their son, Valentinian III, was born July 2nd, 419. Placidia intervened in the succession crisis following the death of Pope Zosimus on December 26, 418. Two factions of the Roman clergy had proceeded to elect their own popes, the first electing Eulalius and the other electing Boniface I. They acted as rival popes, both in Rome, and their factions plunged the city into tumult. Symmachus, prefect of Rome, sent his report to the imperial court at Ravenna, requesting an imperial decision on the matter. Placidia and, presumably, Constantius petitioned the emperor in favor of Eulalius. This was arguably the first intervention by an emperor in the papal election. Honorius initially confirmed Eulalius as the legitimate pope. As this failed to put an end to the controversy, Honorius called a synod of Italian bishops at Ravenna to decide the matter. The synod met from February to March 419, but failed to reach a conclusion. Honorius called a second synod in May, this time including Gaulish and African bishops. In the meantime, the two rival popes were ordered to leave Rome. As Easter approached, however, Eulalius returned to the city and attempted to seize the Basilica of St. John Lateran in order to preside at the Paschal ceremonies. Imperial troops managed to repel him, and on Easter the ceremonies were led by Achilleus, Bishop of Spoleto. The conflict cost Eulalius the imperial favor, and Boniface was proclaimed the legitimate pope as of April 3, 419, returning to Rome a week later. Placidia had personally written to the African bishops, summoning them to the Second Synod. 3 of her letters are known to have survived. On February 8, 421, Constantius was proclaimed an Augustus, becoming co-ruler with the childless Honorius. Placidia was proclaimed an Augusta. She was the only empress in the West, since Honorius had divorced his second wife, Thermantia, in 408 and had never remarried. Neither title was recognized by Theodosius II, the Eastern Roman emperor. Constantius reportedly complained about the loss of personal freedom and privacy that came with the imperial office. He died of an illness on September 2, 421. Galla Placidia herself was now forced from the Western Empire. Though the motivation for this remains unclear, the public issue was the increasingly scandalous public caresses she received from her own brother Honorius. This, at least, was the interpretation of Olympiodorus of Thebes, a historian used as a source by Zosimus, Sozomen, and probably Philostorgius, as J.F. Matthews has demonstrated. Gibbon had a different opinion. The power of Placidia and the indecent familiarity of her brother, which might be no more than the symptoms of a childish affection, were universally attributed to incestuous love. According to Gibbon, on a sudden, by some base intrigues of a steward and a nurse, this excessive fondness was converted into an irreconcilable quarrel. The debates of the emperor and his sister were not long confined within the walls of the palace. And as the Gothic soldiers adhered to their queen, the city of Ravenna was agitated with bloody and dangerous tumults, which could only be appeased by the forced or voluntary retreat of Placidia and her children. The royal exiles landed at Constantinople soon after the marriage of Theodosius during the festival of the Persian victories. They were treated with kindness and magnificence. But as the statues of the Emperor Constantius had been rejected by the Eastern court, the title of Augusta could not decently be allowed to his widow. The passage places the arrival of Placidia and her children after the marriage of Theodosius II to Aelia Eudocia, known to have occurred on June 7, 421. The Persian victories mentioned were probably victory celebrations over a brief Roman-Sassanid War of 421 to 22, under the respective leadership of Theodosius II and Bahram V of the Sassanid Empire. The general Ardaburius operated in Arzanene and gained a victory, autumn 421, which forced the Persians to retreat to Nisibis, which Ardaburius then besieged. He raised the siege on the arrival of an army under Varahran, who proceeded to attack Resena. Meanwhile, the Saracens of Hira, under Al-Mundir, were sent to invade Syria and were defeated by Vitianus. During the peace negotiations, the Persians attacked the Romans and were defeated by Procopius, son-in-law of Anthemius. The Empress Eudocia celebrated the war in a poem in heroic meter. The Saracens of Hira were the Lakhmids of Al-Hira. On August 15, 423, Honorius died of dropsy, perhaps pulmonary edema. With no member of the Theodosian dynasty present at Ravenna to claim the throne, Theodosius II was expected to nominate a Western co-emperor. However, Theodosius hesitated, and the decision was delayed. Taking advantage of the power vacuum, Castinus the patrician proceeded to become a kingmaker. He declared Joannes, the primicerius notariorum, to be the new Western Roman emperor. Among their supporters was Flavius Aetius. Aetius was a son of Flavius Gaudentius, Magister Militum, and Aurelia. Joannes's rule was accepted in the provinces of Italia, Gaul, Hispania, but not in Africa province. Theodosius II reacted by preparing Valentinian III for eventual promotion to the imperial office. In 424, Valentinian was named nobilissimus. In 424, Valentinian was betrothed to Licinia Eudoxia, his first cousin once removed. She was a daughter of Theodosius II and Aelia Eudocia. The year of their betrothal was recorded by Marcellinus Combs. At the time of their betrothal, Valentinian was approximately 4 years old, Licinia only 2. Gibbon attributes the betrothal to the agreement of the 3 females who governed the Roman world, meaning Placidia and her nieces Eudocia and Pulcheria. In the same year, Valentinian was proclaimed a Caesar in the Eastern court. The campaign against Joannes also started in the same year. Forces of the Eastern Roman army gathered at Thessaloniki and were placed under the general command of Ardaburius, the victorious general of the Roman-Persian War. The invasion force was to cross the Adriatic Sea by 2 routes. Aspar, son of Ardaburius, led the cavalry by land, following the coast of the Adriatic from the western Balkans to northern Italy. Placidia and Valentinian joined this force. Ardaburius and the infantry boarded ships of the Eastern Roman navy in an attempt to reach Ravenna by sea. Aspar marched his forces to Aquileia, taking the city by surprise and with virtually no resistance. The fleet, on the other hand, was dispersed by a storm. Ardaburius and 2 of his galleys were captured by forces loyal to Joannes and were held prisoners in Ravenna. Ardaburius was treated well by Joannes, who probably intended to negotiate with Theodosius for an end to the hostilities. The prisoner was allowed the courteous freedom of walking the court and streets of Ravenna during his captivity. He took advantage of this privilege to come into contact with the forces of Joannes and convinced some of them to defect to Theodosius's side. The conspirators contacted Aspar and beckoned him to Ravenna. A shepherd led Aspar's cavalry force through the marshes of the Po River to the gates of Ravenna. With the besiegers outside the walls and the defectors within, the city was quickly captured. Joannes was taken and his right hand cut off. He was then mounted on a donkey and paraded through the streets and finally beheaded in the hippodrome of Aquileia. With Joannes dead, Valentinian was officially proclaimed the new Augustus of the Western Roman Empire on October 23, 425, in the presence of the Roman Senate. 3 days following Joannes's death, Aetius brought reinforcements for his army, a reported number of 60,000 Huns from across the Danube. After some skirmishing, Placidia and Aetius came to an agreement that established the political landscape of the Western Roman Empire for the next 30 years. The Huns were paid off and sent home, while Aetius received the position of Magister Militum per Gallius. Galla Placidia was regent of the Western Roman Empire from 425 to 437, her regency ending when Valentinian reached his 18th birthday on July 2, 437. Among her early supporters was Bonifatius, governor of the Diocese of Africa. Aetius, his rival for influence, managed to secure Arles against Theodoric V of the Visigoths. The Visigoths concluded a treaty and were given Gallic noblemen as hostages. The later Emperor Avitus visited Theodoric, lived at his court, and taught his sons conflict between Placidia and Bonifacius started in 429. Placidia appointed Bonifacius general of Libya. Procopius records that Aetius played the two against each other, warning Placidia against Bonifacius and advising her to recall him to Rome, simultaneously writing to Bonifacius, warning him that Placidia was about to summon him for no good reason in order to put him away. Bonifacius, trusting the warning from Aetius, refused the summons, and thinking his position untenable, sought an alliance with the Vandals in Spain. The Vandals subsequently crossed from Spain into Libya to join him. To friends of Bonifacius in Rome, this apparent act of hostility toward the empire seemed entirely out of character for Bonifacius. They traveled to Carthage at Placidia's behest to intercede with him, and he showed them the letter from Aetius. The plot now revealed, his friends returned to Rome to apprise Placidia of the true situation. She did not move against Aetius, as he wielded great influence and as the empire was already in danger. But she urged Bonifacius to return to Rome, and not to permit the empire of the Romans to lie under the hand of barbarians. Bonifacius now regretted his alliance with the Vandals and tried to persuade them to return to Spain. Gaiseric offered battle instead, and Bonifacius was besieged at Hippo Regius in Numidia by the sea. Unable to take the city, the Vandals eventually raised the siege. The Romans, with reinforcements under Aspar, renewed the struggle, but were routed and lost Africa to the Vandals. Bonifacius had meanwhile returned to Rome, where Placidia raised him to the rank of patrician and made him Master General of the Roman armies. Aetius returned from Gaul with an army of barbarians and was met by Bonifacius in the bloody Battle of Ravenna. Bonifacius won the battle, but was mortally wounded and died a few days later. Aetius was compelled to retire to Pannonia. With the generals loyal to her having either died or defected to Aetius, Placidia acknowledged the inevitable. Aetius was recalled from exile in 433 and given the titles Magister Militum and Patrician. The appointments effectively left Aetius in control of the entire Western Roman army and gave him considerable influence over imperial policy. Placidia continued to act as regent until 437, though her direct influence over decisions was diminished. She would continue to exercise political influence until her death in 450, no longer, however, the only power at court. Aetius later played a pivotal role in the defense of the Western Empire against Attila the Hun. Attila was diverted from Constantinople towards Italy by a letter from Placidia's own daughter, Justa Grata Honoria, in the spring of 450, asking him to rescue her from an unwanted marriage to a Roman senator that the imperial family, including Placidia, was trying to force upon her. Honoria included her engagement ring with the letter. Though Honoria may not have intended a proposal of marriage, Attila chose to interpret her message as such. He accepted asking for half of the Western Empire as dowry. When Valentinian discovered the plan, only the influence of Placidia persuaded him not to kill Honoria. Valentinian wrote to Attila denying the legitimacy of the supposed marriage proposal. Attila, unconvinced, sent an emissary to Ravenna to proclaim that Honoria was innocent, that the proposal had been legitimate, and that he would come to claim what was rightfully his. Honoria was quickly married to Flavius Bassus Herculanus, though this did not prevent Attila from pressing his claim. Placidia died shortly afterwards at Rome, in November 450, and did not live to see Attila ravage Italy in 451 to 453, in a much more brutal campaign than the Goths had waged, using Justa's letter as his sole legitimate excuse. Placidia was a devout Chalcedonian Christian. She was involved in the building and restoration of various churches throughout her period of influence. She restored and expanded the Basilica of St. Paul, outside the walls in Rome, and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. She built San Giovanni Evangelista, Ravenna, in thanks for the sparing of her life and those of her children in a storm while crossing the Adriatic Sea. The dedicatory inscription reads, Galla Placidia, along with her son Placidus Valentinian Augustus and her daughter Justa Grata Honoria Augusta, paid off their vow for their liberation from the danger of the sea. Her mausoleum in Ravenna was one of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, inscribed in 1996. However, there is some doubt whether the building served as her tomb. The building was initially erected as a chapel dedicated to Lawrence of Rome. It is unknown whether the sarcophagi therein contained the bodies of the members of the Theodosian dynasty, or when they were placed in the building. Flavius Aetius, Dux et Patricius, was a Roman general of the closing period of the Western Roman Empire. He was an able military commander and the most influential man in the Western Roman Empire for 2 decades. He managed policy in regard to the attacks of barbarian peoples pressing on the empire. Notably, he mustered a large Roman and allied army to win the Battle of the Catalonian Plains, ending the devastating Hunnic invasion of Attila in 451. Along with his rival Count Boniface, he has often been called the last of the Romans. Edward Gibbon refers to him as the man universally celebrated as the terror of barbarians and the support of the Republic for his victory at the Catalonian Plains. Aetius was born at Durostorum in Moesia Inferior, around 390. His father was Flavius Gaudentius, a known Roman soldier of Scythian extraction, and his mother, whose name is unknown, was a wealthy aristocratic woman of Italian ancestry. Before 425, Aetius married the daughter of Carpilio, who gave him a son, also named Carpilio. Later, he married Pelagia, widow of Bonifacius, from whom he had a son, Gaudentius. It is possible that he had also a daughter, wife of Thraustila, who avenged Aetius's death by killing Emperor Valentinian III. As a boy, Aetius was at the service of the imperial court, enrolled in the military unit of the Protectores Domestici, and then elevated to the position of Tribuni Praetoriani Partis Militaris, setting him up for future political eligibility. Between 405 and 408, he was kept as hostage at the court of Alaric I, king of the Visigoths. In 408, Alaric asked to keep Aetius as a hostage, but was refused, as Aetius was sent to the court of Uldin, king of the Huns, where he would stay with the Huns throughout much of the reign of Octor, Uldin's successor. Aetius's upbringing amongst militaristic peoples gave him a martial vigor not common in Roman generals of the time. In 423, the Western Emperor Honorius died. The most influential man in the West, Castinus, chose as his successor Joannes, a high-ranking officer. Joannes was not part of the Theodosian dynasty, and he did not receive the recognition of the Eastern court. The Eastern Emperor Theodosius II organized a military expedition westward, led by Artaburius and his son Aspar, to put his cousin, the young Valentinian III, on the western throne. Aetius entered the service of the usurper as cura palatia, and was sent by Joannes to ask the Huns for assistance. Joannes lacked a strong army and fortified himself in his capital, Ravenna, where he was killed in the summer of 425. Shortly afterwards, Aetius returned to Italy with a large force of Huns to find that power in the west was now in the hands of Valentinian and his mother, Galla Placidia. After fighting against Aspar's army, Aetius managed to compromise with Galla Placidia. He sent back his army of Huns, and in return obtained the rank of comes et magister militum per Gallius, the commander-in-chief of the Roman army in Gaul. In 427, Aetius arrived in southern Gaul with an army of roughly 40,000 to find Arelate, an important city in Septimania near the mouth of the Rhone, under siege from the Visigoths, led by their king Theodoric I. Aetius defeated Theodoric, lifted the siege of Arelate, and drove the Visigoths back to their holdings in Aquitania. In 428, he fought the Salian Franks, defeating their king Clodio and recovering some territory they had occupied along the Rhine. In 429, he was elevated to the rank of Magister Militum. This was probably the junior of the two offices of Magister Militum Praesentalis, as the senior is known to have been the patrician Flavius Felix, the most influential man in those years, supporter of Galla Placidia. In 430, the Visigoths, led by Aniolsus, attacked Arelate again, but were defeated by Aetius at the Battle of Mons Colubrarius, establishing a peace treaty. In May 430, Aetius accused Felix of plotting against him and had him and his wife killed. Once Felix was dead, Aetius was probably the most prominent among the magistri militum, even if he had not yet been granted the title of patrician. During late 430 and 431, Aetius was in Rhaetia and Noricum, and is attested in the city of Vindelicia, re-establishing Roman rule on the Danube frontier and campaigning against the Juthungi. In 431, he returned to Gaul. He received Hydatius, bishop of Aquae Flaviae, who complained about the attacks of the Suebi. In 432, Aetius again defeated the Franks, making peace with them, and he sent back Hydatius to the Suebi in Hispania. While Aetius was campaigning in Gaul, there was an ongoing power struggle between Aetius, generals Felix and Bonifacius, and Emperor Valentinian's mother and regent Galla Placidia. After the execution of Felix, Aetius and Bonifacius remained as the empire's most influential generals, both constantly vying for the favor of Placidia. In 427, while Bonifacius was away as governor comes of Africa, Aetius caused him to fall into disfavor with Placidia. Bonifacius was eventually returned to favor by Placidia, but not before revolting and causing the loss of most of Africa to the Vandals. In 432, Aetius held the consulate, but Bonifacius was recalled to Italy and received warmly by Placidia. Bonifacius was given the rank of patrician, while Aetius was stripped of his military command, which was given to Bonifacius. Aetius, believing his fall now imminent, marched against Bonifacius and fought him at the Battle of Rimini. Boniface won the battle but was mortally wounded, dying a few months later. Aetius escaped to Dalmatia and traveled to the court of his friend Rugila, the king of the Huns. With their help, he returned to power, receiving the title of Magister Utriusque Militia. He had Bonifacius's son-in-law, Sebastianus, who had succeeded to Bonifacius as Magister Militum Praesentalis, exiled from Italy to Constantinople, bought the properties of Bonifacius and married his widow Pelagia. From 433 to 450, Aetius was the dominant personality in the Western Empire, obtaining the patrician rank and playing the role of protector of Galla Placidia and Valentinian III while the emperor was still young. At the same time, he continued to devote attention to Gaul. In 436, the Burgundians of King Gunther were defeated and obliged to accept peace by Aetius, who, however, the following year sent the Huns to destroy them. 20,000 Burgundians were killed in a slaughter which probably became the basis of the Nibelungenlied. A German, that same 436 Aetius, was probably in Armorica with Litorius to suppress a rebellion of the Bacodi. Year 437 saw his second consulship and the wedding of Valentinian and Licinia Eudoxia in Constantinople. It is probable that Aetius attended at the ceremony that marked the beginning of the direct rule of the emperor. The following 2 years were occupied by a campaign against the Suebi and by the war against the Visigoths. In 438, Aetius won a major battle, but in 439, the Visigoths defeated and killed his general Litorius and his Hunnic Foederati. Aetius returned to Gaul after Vitaricus had stabilized the situation and defeated the Visigoths and obtained a treaty. On his return to Italy, he was honored by a statue erected by the Senate and the people of Rome by order of the emperor. This was probably the occasion for the panegyric written by Merobaudes. In 443, Aetius settled the remaining Burgundians in Savoy, south of Lake Geneva. His most pressing concern in the 400s was with problems in Gaul and Iberia, mainly with the Bagaudae. He settled Alans around Valence and Orléans to contain unrest around present-day Brittany. The Alans settled in Armorica caused problems in 447 or 448. It was probably in that period that he fought a battle near Tours, followed by a Frankish attack under Clodio to the region near Arras, in Belgica Secunda. The invaders were stopped by a battle around a river crossing near Vicus Helena, where Aetius directed the operations while his commander Majorian fought with the cavalry. However, in 450, Aetius had already returned in good terms with the Franks. In that year, in fact, the king of the Franks died, and the patricius supported his younger son's claim to the throne, adopting him as his own son and sending him from Rome, where he had been sent as ambassador, to the Frankish court with many presents. Before 449, Aetius had signed an agreement with the Huns, allowing some of them to settle in Pannonia along the Sava River. He also sent to Attila, the king of the Huns, a man called Constantius, as a secretary. In 449, Attila was angry for an alleged theft of a golden plate, and Aetius sent him an embassy under Romulus to calm him. Attila sent him as a present a dwarf, Zirco, whom Aetius gave back to his original owner, Aspar. However, the good terms between Romans and Huns did not last, as Attila wanted to attack Gaul. He knew that Aetius was a serious obstacle to his enterprise and tried to have him removed, but in 451, when the Huns attacked, Aetius was the commander of the Roman army in Gaul. The large Hunnish army captured several cities and proceeded towards Orléans. When the Alans living in the region were ready to defect to Attila, Aetius, with the help of the influential Gallo-Roman senator Avitus, convinced the Visigoths of King Theodoric the Fixed to join him against the external menace. He also succeeded in preventing Sangibanus, a possible ally for Attila, from combining his army with the Hunnish one. Then, the joint Roman and Visigothic armies moved to relieve the besieged city of Orléans, forcing the Huns to abandon the siege and retreat to open country. On September 20th, 451, Aetius and Theodoric defeated Attila and his allies at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains. Theodoric died in the battle, and Aetius suggested his son Thorismund to quickly reach Toulouse, capital of the Kingdom of the Visigoths, to secure his throne. For this reason, it is said that Aetius kept all of the booty for his army. Attila returned in 452 to again press his claim of marriage to Honoria. Aetius did not take the necessary precautions to block the Alpine passes, and Attila invaded and ravaged Italy, sacking numerous cities and razing Aquileia completely, leaving no trace of it behind. Valentinian III fled from Ravenna to Rome. Aetius remained in the field but lacked the strength to offer battle. Gibbon, however, says Aetius never showed his greatness more clearly in managing to harass and slow Attila's advance with only a shadow force. Attila finally halted at the Po, where he met an embassy including the prefect Trigetius, the ex-consul Gennadius Avienus, and Pope Leo I. After the meeting, he turned his army back, having gained neither Honoria's hand nor the territories he desired. A number of practical factors induced Attila to retreat. His army was unable to obtain sufficient food and was suffering from disease. Aetius's army, busy harassing the Huns, had been reinforced by the troops sent from the Eastern Empire by the Emperor Marcian, and finally, Marcian had sent forces north of the Danube to attack the homelands of the Huns. Although in 453 Aetius had been able to betroth his son Gaudentius to Valentinian's daughter Placidia, Valentinian felt intimidated by Aetius, who had once supported Joannas against him and who Valentinian believed wanted to place his son upon the imperial throne. The Roman senator Petronius Maximus and the chamberlain Heraclius were therefore able to enlist Valentinian in a plot to assassinate Aetius. On September 21, 454, when at court in Ravenna delivering a financial account, Aetius was slain by Valentinian's own hand. Edward Gibbon credits Sidonius Apollinaris with the famous observation, "I am ignorant, sir, of your motives or provocations. I only know that you have acted like a man who has cut off his right hand with his left." Maximus expected to be made patrician in place of Aetius, but was blocked by Heraclius. Seeking revenge, Maximus arranged with two Hun friends of Aetius, Optila and Thraustila, to assassinate both Valentinian III and Heraclius. On March 16, 455, Optila stabbed the emperor in the temple as he dismounted in the Campus Martius and prepared for a session of archery practice. As the stunned emperor turned to see who had struck him, Optila finished him off with another thrust of his blade. Meanwhile, Thraustila stepped forward and killed Heraclius. Most of the soldiers standing close by had been faithful followers of Aetius, and none lifted a hand to save the emperor. Aetius is generally viewed as a great military commander. Indeed, he was held in such high esteem by the Eastern Roman Empire that he became known as the last true Roman of the West. Most historians also consider the Battle of the Catalonian Plains as decisively important, crippling Attila by destroying his aura of invincibility. Gibbon eloquently states the majority view: retreat across the Rhine confessed the last victory which was achieved in the name of the Western Roman Empire. John Julius Norwich caustically referred to the assassination of Valentinian III by his own guards as an act that Valentinian brought on himself by his foolish execution of Aetius, the empire's greatest commander. Certainly, Aetius's military legacy is defined by Chalon, even though he effectively ruled the Western Empire from 433 to 450, and attempted to stabilize its European borders under a deluge of barbarians, including foremost Attila and the Huns. One of his greatest achievements was the assembling of the coalition against Attila. On this, Arthur Farrell says, "After he secured the Rhine, Attila moved into central Gaul and put Orléans under siege. Had he gained his objective, he would have been in a strong position to subdue the Visigoths in Aquitaine, but Aetius had put together a formidable coalition against the Hun. The Roman leader had built a powerful alliance of Visigoths, Alans, and Burgundians, uniting them with their traditional enemy, the Romans, for the defense of Gaul. Even though all parties to the protection of the Western Roman Empire had a common hatred of the Huns, it was still a remarkable achievement on Aetius's part to have drawn them into an effective military relationship. While J.B. Bury viewed Aetius as a great military commander and giant figure of history, he did not consider that the battle itself was particularly decisive. He argues that Aetius attacked the Huns when they were already retreating from Orléans, and he declined to renew the attack on the Huns next day, precisely in order to preserve the balance of power. Bury suggests that the German victory over the Huns at the Battle of Nidau, 3 years later, was more important. This determined that there would be no long-term Hunnic Empire in Europe, which Bury thinks would have been unlikely even if they had crushed the Germans on that occasion. For Bury, the result of the Battle of the Catalonian Plains determined chiefly that Attila spent his last year looting Italy rather than Gaul. Bury's view remains in the minority, and the battle is considered crucial by virtually every other major historian. Ioannis, known in English as Joannes, was a Roman usurper against Valentinian III. On the death of the Emperor Honorius Theodosius II, the remaining ruler of the House of Theodosius hesitated in announcing his uncle's death. In the interregnum, Honorius's patrician at the time of his death, Castinus, elevated Joannes as emperor. Joannes was a primicerius notariorum, or senior civil servant at the time of his elevation. Procopius praised him as both gentle and well-endowed with sagacity and thoroughly capable of valorous deeds. Unlike the Theodosian emperors, he tolerated all Christian sects. From the beginning, his control over the empire was insecure. In Gaul, his praetorian prefect was slain at Arles in an uprising of the soldiery there. And Bonifacius, comes of the Diocese of Africa, held back the grain fleet destined to Rome. The events of Johannes's reign are as shadowy as its origins, writes John Matthews, who then provides a list of the ruler's known actions in a single paragraph. Joannes was proclaimed at Rome, and Praetorian games were provided at the expense of a member of the gens, Anicia. Johannes then moved his base of operations to Ravenna, knowing full well that the Eastern Empire would strike from that direction. There is a mention of an expedition against Africa, but its fate, presumed unsuccessful, is unrecorded. In Gaul, he appears to have caused offense by submitting clerics to secular courts. And that is all. Joannes had hoped that he could come to an agreement with the Eastern Emperor, but when Theodosius II elevated the young Valentinian III, first to Caesar, then to co-emperor as an Augustus, he knew he could only expect war. Late in 424, he gave to one of his younger and most promising followers, Aetius, an important mission. Aetius, governor of the palace at the time, was sent to the Huns, with whom he had lived as a hostage earlier, to seek military help. While Aetius was away, the army of the Eastern Empire left Thessalonica for Italy, and soon camped in Aquileia. Although the primary sources state that Ravenna fell to their assault, John of Antioch states that a shepherd led the army of Asper safely through the marshes that protected the city. Stuart Oost believes that Asper's father, Ardaburius, who had been captured by Joannes's soldiers, convinced the garrison of Ravenna to betray the city. The fallen emperor was brought to Aquileia, where first his hand was cut off, then he was paraded on a donkey in the hippodrome, to the insults of the populace. Then, after further insults and injuries, he was finally decapitated in June or July 425. 3 days after Joanne's death, Aetius returned at the head of a substantial Hunnic army. After some skirmishing, Placidia, regent to her son, and Aetius came to an agreement that established the political landscape of the Western Roman Empire for the next 30 years. The Huns were paid off and sent home, while Aetius received the position of Magister Militum. The historian Adrian Goldsworthy writes that it took a hard-fought campaign by strong elements of the East Roman army and navy, in addition to a fair dose of betrayal, to defeat Joannes. Flavius Petronius Maximus was Western Roman emperor for 2.5 months in 455. A wealthy senator and a prominent aristocrat, he was instrumental in the murders of the Western Roman Magister Militum, Flavius Aetius, and the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III. Maximus was killed during the events culminating in the sack of Rome by the Vandals in 455. Petronius Maximus was born in about 396. Although he was of obscure origin, it is now believed that he belonged to the Anici family. Related to later Emperor Olybrius, Maximus was the son of Anicius Probinus, the son of Anicia Faltonia Proba and Sextus Claudius Petronius Probus, who was prefect of Illyricum in 364, prefect of Gaul in 366, prefect of Italy in 368 to 375, and again in 383, and consul in 371. Maximus achieved a remarkable career early in life. His earliest known office was praetor, held about 411. Around 415, he served as a tribunus et notarius, which was an entry position to the imperial bureaucracy and led to his serving as comes sacrarum largitionum. From February 420 to September 421, he was praefectus urbi of Rome, an office he held again sometime before 439. As praefectus, he restored the old St. Peter's Basilica. He was also appointed praetorian prefect sometime between 421 and 439. It was either while holding this post or during his second urban prefecture that he was appointed consul for the year 433. From August 439 to February 441, he held the praetorian prefecture of Italy, then a second consulship in 443. Between 443 and 445, Maximus built a forum in Rome on the Caelian Hill between Via Labicana and the Basilica di San Clemente. During this year, he was briefly the most honored of all non-imperial Romans, until the third consulate of Flavius Aetius, generalissimo of the Western Empire, the following year. The enmity between Petronius Maximus and the powerful Patricius and Magister Militum of the West Aetius clearly led to the events that gradually brought down the Western Roman Empire. Initially, however, the principal beneficiary of this was Maximus, who came to the throne as a result of the murders of Aetius in 454 and of the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III on the 16th of March, 455. According to the historian John of Antioch, Maximus poisoned the mind of the emperor against Aetius, resulting in the murder of his rival at the hands of Valentinian III. John's account has it that Valentinian and Maximus placed a wager on a game that Maximus ended up losing. As he did not have the money available, Maximus left his ring as a guarantee of his debt. Valentinian then used the ring to summon to court Lucina, the chaste and beautiful wife of Maximus, whom Valentinian had long lusted after. Lucina went to the court, believing she had been summoned by her husband, but instead found herself at dinner with Valentinian. Although initially resisting his advances, the emperor managed to wear her down and succeeded in raping her. Returning home and meeting Maximus, she accused him of betrayal, believing that he had handed her over to the emperor. Although Maximus swore revenge, He was equally motivated by ambition to supplant a detested and despicable rival, so he decided to move against Valentinian. According to John of Antioch, Maximus was acutely aware that while Aetius was alive, he could not exact vengeance on Valentinian, so Aetius had to be removed. He therefore allied himself with a eunuch of Valentinian's, the Primicarius Sacri Cubiculi Heraclius, who had long opposed the general with the hope of exercising more power over the emperor. The two of them convinced Valentinian that Aetius was planning to assassinate him and urged him to kill his Magister Militum during a meeting, which Valentinian did with his own hands, with the help of Heraclius, on September 21st, 454. Once Aetius was dead, Maximus asked Valentinian to be appointed in his place, but the emperor refused. Heraclius, in fact, had advised the emperor not to allow anyone to possess the power that Aetius had wielded. According to John of Antioch, Maximus was so irritated by Valentinian's refusal to appoint him as his Magister Militum that he decided to have Valentinian assassinated as well. He chose as accomplices Optilia and Thraustila, two Scythians who had fought under the command of Aetius and who, after the death of their general, had been appointed as Valentinian's escort. Maximus easily convinced them that Valentinian was the only one responsible for the death of Aetius, and that the two soldiers must avenge their old commander, while at the same time also promising them a reward for the betrayal of the emperor. On March 16th, 455, Valentinian, who was in Rome, went to Campus Martius with some guards, accompanied by Optilia, Thraustila, and their men. As soon as the emperor dismounted to practice with the bow, Optilia came up with his men and hit him in the temple. As Valentinian turned to look at his attackers, Optilia killed him. At the same moment, Thraustila killed Heraclius. The two Scythians took the imperial diadem and robe and brought them to Maximus. The sudden and violent death of Valentinian III left the Western Roman Empire without an obvious successor to the throne, with several candidates supported by various groups of the imperial bureaucracy and the military. In particular, the army's support was split between three main candidates: Maximianus, the former domesticus of Aetius, who was the son of an Egyptian merchant named Domninus, who had become rich in Italy; the future emperor Majorian, who commanded the army after the death of Aetius, and who had the backing of the Empress Licinia Eudoxia; and Maximus himself, who had the support of the Roman Senate, and who, in the end, on 17th March, defeated his rivals and secured the throne by distributing money to officials of the imperial palace. After gaining control of the palace, Maximus consolidated his hold on power by immediately marrying Licinia Eudoxia, the widow of Valentinian III. 16. She only married him reluctantly, suspecting that in fact he had been involved in the murder of her late husband, and indeed Maximus treated Valentinian III's assassins with considerable favor. The Eastern court at Constantinople refused to recognize his accession, so to further secure his position, Maximus quickly appointed Avitus as master of soldiers and sent him on a mission to Toulouse to gain the support of the Visigoths. He also proceeded to cancel the betrothal of Licinia's daughter, Eudocia, to Honorius, the son of the Vandal king Gaiseric. This infuriated the Vandal king, who only needed the excuse of Licinia's despairing appeal to the Vandal court for help to begin preparations for the invasion of Italy. By May, however, within 2 months of Maximus gaining the throne, news reached Rome that Gaiseric was sailing for Italy. As the news spread, panic gripped the city, and many of its inhabitants took to flight. The emperor, aware that Avitus had not yet returned with the expected Visigothic aid, decided that it was fruitless to mount a defense against the Vandals, so he attempted to organize his escape, urging the Senate to accompany him. However, in the panic, Petronius Maximus was completely abandoned by his bodyguard and entourage, and left to fend for himself. As Maximus rode out of the city on his own on May 31st, 455, he was set upon by an angry mob, which stoned him to death. His body was mutilated and flung into the Tiber. He had reigned for only 78 days. His son from his first marriage, Palladius, who had held the title of Caesar between March 17th and May 31st, and who had married his step-sister Eudocia, was probably executed. On June 2nd, 455, 3 days after Maximus's death, Gaiseric captured the city of Rome and thoroughly sacked it for 2 weeks. In response to the pleas of Pope Leo I, the Vandals desisted from more destructive behavior that often accompanied the sack of a city: arson, torture, and murder. Nevertheless, Gaiseric eventually carried away a great amount of loot, as well as the Empress Licinia Eudoxia and her daughters Placidia and Eudocia. Eudocia married Honorius in 456, as had been originally intended. On March 16th, 455, Valentinian, who was in Rome, went to Campus Martius with some guards, accompanied by Optilia, Thraustila, and their men. As soon as the emperor dismounted to practice with the bow, Optilia came up with his men and hit him in the temple. As Valentinian turned to look at his attackers, Optilia killed him. At the same moment, Thraustila killed Heraclius. The two Scythians took the imperial diadem and robe and brought them to Maximus. The sudden and violent death of Valentinian III left the Western Roman Empire without an obvious successor to the throne, with several candidates supported by various groups of the imperial bureaucracy and the military. In particular, the army's support was split between 3 main candidates: Maximianus, the former domesticus of Aetius, who was the son of an Egyptian merchant named Domninus, who had become rich in Italy; the future emperor Majorian, who commanded the army after the death of Aetius, and who had the backing of the Empress Licinia Eudoxia; and Maximus himself, who had the support of the Roman Senate, and who, in the end, on 17th March, defeated his rivals and secured the throne by distributing money to officials of the imperial palace. After gaining control of the palace, Maximus consolidated his hold on power by immediately marrying Licinia Eudoxia, the widow of Valentinian III. 16. She only married him reluctantly, suspecting that in fact he had been involved in the murder of her late husband, and indeed Maximus treated Valentinian III's assassins with considerable favor. The Eastern court at Constantinople refused to recognize his accession, so to further secure his position, Maximus quickly appointed Avitus as master of soldiers and sent him on a mission to Toulouse to gain the support of the Visigoths. He also proceeded to cancel the betrothal of Licinia's daughter, Eudocia, to Honorius, the son of the Vandal king Gaiseric. This infuriated the Vandal king, who only needed the excuse of Licinia's despairing appeal to the Vandal court for help to begin preparations for the invasion of Italy. By May, however, within 2 months of Maximus gaining the throne, news reached Rome that Gaiseric was sailing for Italy. As the news spread, panic gripped the city, and many of its inhabitants took to flight. The emperor, aware that Avitus had not yet returned with the expected Visigothic aid, decided that it was fruitless to mount a defense against the Vandals, so he attempted to organize his escape, urging the Senate to accompany him. However, in the panic, Petronius Maximus was completely abandoned by his bodyguard and entourage, and left to fend for himself. As Maximus rode out of the city on his own on May 31st, 455, he was set upon by an angry mob, which stoned him to death. His body was mutilated and flung into the Tiber. He had reigned for only 78 days. His son from his first marriage, Palladius, who had held the title of Caesar between March 17th and May 31st, and who had married his step-sister Eudocia, was probably executed. On June 2nd, 455, 3 days after Maximus's death, Gaiseric captured the city of Rome and thoroughly sacked it for 2 weeks. In response to the pleas of Pope Leo I, the Vandals desisted from more destructive behavior that often accompanied the sack of a city: arson, torture, and murder. Nevertheless, Gaiseric eventually carried away a great amount of loot, as well as the Empress Licinia Eudoxia and her daughters Placidia and Eudocia. Eudocia married Huneric in 456, as had been originally intended. Eparchius Avitus, after 17th October 456, or in 457, was Western Roman Emperor from 8th or 9th July 455 to 17 October 456. He was a senator and a high-ranking officer both in the civil and military administration, as well as Bishop of Piacenza. A Gallo-Roman aristocrat, he opposed the reduction of the Western Roman Empire to Italy alone, both politically and from an administrative point of view. For this reason, as emperor, he introduced several Gallic senators in the imperial administration. This policy, however, was opposed by the senatorial aristocracy and by the people of Rome, who had suffered from the sack of the city by the Vandals in 455. Avitus had a good relationship with the Visigoths, in particular with their king Theodoric II, who was a friend of his and who acclaimed Avitus emperor. The possibility of a strong and useful alliance between the Visigoths and Romans ended, however, when Theodoric invaded Roman Hispania and then refused to help Avitus against the rebel Roman generals who deposed him. Avitus was born in Clermont to a family of the Gallo-Roman nobility. His father was possibly Flavius Julius Agricola, consul in 421. Avitus had 2 sons, Agricola and Ecdicius Avitus, and a daughter Papianilla. She married Sidonius Apollinaris, whose letters and panegyrics remain an important source for Avitus's life and times. Avitus followed a course of study typical for a young man of his rank, including law. Before 421, he was sent to the powerful Patricius Flavius Constantius to ask for a tax reduction for his own country. This embassy was successful. His relative Theodorus was hostage at the court of the king of Visigoths, Theodoric I. In 426, Avitus went and met him and the king, who let Avitus enter his own court. Here, around 439, Avitus met the son of Theodoric, Theodoric II, who later became king. Avitus inspired the young Theodoric to study Latin poets. He then started a military career serving under the Magister Militum Aetius in his campaign against the Euthungi and the Norics, and against the Burgundians. In 437, after being elevated to the rank of vir illustris, he returned to Avernia, where he held a high office, probably Magister Militum per Gallius. In the same year, he defeated a group of Hunnic raiders near Clermont and obliged Theodoric to lift the siege of Narbonne. In 439, he became Praetorian Prefect of Gaul and renewed the friendship treaty with the Visigoths. Before the summer of 440, he retired to private life at his estate, Aviticum, near Clermont. Here he lived until 451, when the Huns, led by Attila, invaded the Western Roman Empire. Avitus persuaded Theodoric into an alliance with Rome, and the combined forces of Theodoric and Aetius defeated Attila in the Battle of Chalons. Theodoric died in the battle. In the late spring of 455, Avitus was recalled to service by Emperor Petronius Maximus and was elevated to the rank of Magister Militum, probably praecentilis. Maximus sent Avitus in an embassy to the court of Theodoric II, who had succeeded to his father at Toulouse. This embassy probably confirmed to the new king and his people the condition of federati of the empire and asked for their support for the new emperor. While Avitus was at Theodoric's court, news came of the death of Petronius Maximus and of the sack of Rome by the Vandals of Gaiseric. Theodoric acclaimed Avitus emperor in Toulouse. On 9th July, the new emperor was acclaimed by the Gallic chiefs gathered in Virnum, near Arelate, and later, around 5th August, before Avitus reached Rome, he received the recognition of the Roman Senate. Avitus stayed in Gaul for 3 months to consolidate his power in the region that was the center of his support, and later went to Italy with a Gallic army, probably reinforced with a Gothic force. He probably traveled to Noricum to restore the imperial authority in that province, and then passed through Ravenna, where he left a Gothic force under the new Patricius and Magister Militum Remistus, a Visigoth. On 21st September, finally, he entered Rome. The effective power of Avitus depended on the support of all the major players in the Western Roman Empire in the mid-5th century. The new emperor needed the support of both the civil institutions, the Roman Senate and the Eastern Roman Emperor Marcian, as well as that of the army and its commanders and the Vandals of Gaiseric. On 1st January 456, Avitus took the consulate, as traditionally the emperors always held the consulate in the first year upon assuming the purple. However, his consulate sine collega was not recognized by the Eastern Court, which nominated 2 consuls, Ioannis and Vorenus. The fact that the 2 courts did not agree on a couple of consuls, but each nominated its own means that despite the efforts of Avitus to receive the recognition of the Eastern Emperor, the relationship between the 2 halves was not optimal. Treaties under Marcian and a treaty of 442 between Emperor Valentinian III and the Vandal king Gaiseric had failed to reduce Vandal incursions and raids along the Italian coast. Avitus's own effort secured a temporary winter truce with them, but in March 456, Vandals destroyed Capua. Avitus sent Ricimer to defend Sicily, and the Romans defeated the Vandals twice, once in a land battle near Agrigento and another in a naval battle off Corsica. During the reign of Avitus, the Visigoths expanded into Hispania, nominally under Roman authorization, but actually in their own interests. In 455, Avitus had sent an ambassador, Comes Fronto, to the Suebi, and then to Theodoric II to ask them to formally recognize Roman rule. When the Suebi invaded the Roman province of Hispania Tarraconensis, the Visigoths attacked and defeated them 5th October 456 at the Campus Perimus, 12 miles from Astorga, on the banks of the Orbigo, subsequently occupying the province as nominal federati of the empire. In the meantime, resentment amongst the population of Italy against the foreigner Avitus grew. The Gallic Roman emperor had given to other members of the Gallic Roman aristocracy many key offices of the public administration usually filled by Romans. Furthermore, the population of Rome, devastated by the sack of Rome, suffered from food shortages due to the Vandal control of the naval routes, aggravated by the requirements of the foreign troops that had arrived with Avitus. The imperial treasury was almost empty, and after disbanding his Visigoth guard because of popular pressure, Avitus was obliged to pay their huge wages by melting down and selling the bronze of some statues. Counting on the popular discontent, on the disbandment of the imperial guard, and on the prestige gained through their victories, Ricimer and the Comes Domesticorum Majorian rebelled against Avitus. The emperor was obliged to leave Rome in early autumn and to move north. Ricimer had the Roman Senate depose Avitus and ordered the murder of the Magister Militum Remistus in the Palatium at Classe, ancient port of Ravenna, on 17th September 456. Avitus decided to react. First he chose Messianus, one of his collaborators in his embassy to the Visigoths, ordered by Petronius Maximus, as the new Magister Militum. Then he probably went to Gaul to collect all the available forces, probably the Visigoth Guard he had just disbanded. Finally, he led his forces against the troops of Ricimer, near Piacenza. The emperor and his army entered the city and attacked the huge army led by Ricimer. But after a great massacre of his men, including Messianus, Avitus fled on 17th or 18th October 456. In the immediate aftermath, Ricimer spared his life, but forced him to become Bishop of Piacenza. Avitus' Gallic supporters may still have recognized him as emperor, despite his deposition. Sidonius Apollinaris tells of a failed coup d'etat in Gaul, organized by one Marcellus, and probably aimed at bringing Avitus back on the throne. The contemporary historian Hydatius, who lived in Spain, considered the year 457 the third of Avitus's reign. Avitus's own intentions are not known, nor are the manner and date of his death, of which there are several versions. In some, he was told that the Roman Senate had condemned him to death, and tried to flee to Gaul, officially traveling there to bring donations to the Basilica of St. Julian in Avernia, his homeland. According to Gregory of Tours, he died during this journey. Other sources have him strangled or starved to death by order of his successor. Avitus died in 457, or late in 456, very soon after his deposition, and was buried at Brioude, next to St. Julian's tomb. Flavius Ricimer, Latin pronunciation, was a Romanized Germanic general who effectively ruled the remaining territory of the Western Roman Empire from 456 until his death in 472. Deriving his power from his position as Magister Militum of the Western Empire, Ricimer exercised political control through a series of puppet emperors. Ricimer's military office and his dominance over the empire led to historians such as J.B. Bury to conclude that he was a link between previous magistri militum, such as the Vandal Stilicho, and the Germanic king of Italy, Odoacer. Odoacer deposed Western Emperor Romulus Augustulus in 476, in an act often considered to mark the fall of the Roman Empire. Ricimer was the son of Recula, the Suevic king of Galicia. His mother was the daughter of Wallia, king of the Visigoths. It has been surmised that such an alliance between the Suevi and the Visigoths would have been made before Wallia's death in 418, after which Wallia's successors may have become hostile toward the family members of the deceased king. As entry into the Western Empire's military was a frequently used option for losers of struggles for leadership among the barbarians, Ricimer's family would have thus entered the service of Rome. Ricimer himself later married the sister of Gondioc, the king of the Burgundians. According to Sidonius Apollinaris, Ricimer served under the Magister Militum, Flavius Aetius, alongside the Comes Domesticorum Majorian, whom he befriended. A power vacuum was created in the Western Empire after the events of 454 and 455, which saw the consecutive murders of Aetius and of the Western Emperor Valentinian III, who had been responsible for the Magister Militum's assassination. After the assassinations, the Roman senator Petronius Maximus proclaimed himself emperor. Petronius, however, was killed by a Roman mob immediately prior to the Vandal sacking of the city in 455. After the sack, the Visigothic king Theodoric II proclaimed as Emperor Avitus, the Roman military commander in Gaul. In return for Theodoric's support, Avitus agreed to allow the Visigoths to enter Suevi-controlled Hispania. Theodoric consented to Avitus's offers, and the new emperor, with the Visigoths under his command, marched on Rome to secure the throne. Avitus named the Visigothic remistus as Magister Militum, a position which had been vacant since Aetius's death. Following the arrival of Avitus in Rome, Majorian gave his support, albeit reluctantly, to the new emperor. Avitus subsequently appointed Ricimer as a comes, or count of the empire, a prominent military position. By this point, however, the Western Empire encompassed the Italian peninsula and portions of southern Gaul, which were mere fractions of the territory held by Rome in previous centuries. Ricimer raised an army and navy from the Germanic mercenaries available to him, and commenced campaigns directed against barbarian tribes in conflict with the empire. Ricimer achieved his first important victory in 456 when he defeated the Vandals in a naval battle. Although Priscus wrote that Avitus had sent him to Sicily to engage the Vandals, Hydatius states he defeated the Vandals near Corsica. After his Mediterranean victory, Ricimer was appointed by Avitus as Magister Militum Praesentialis, the commander of the Western Empire's field army in Italy, and effectively the second highest rank available to a general of the West. Ricimer used his new position to assist his colleague Majorian in plotting against Avitus, who had not yet been recognized as Emperor of the West by Marcian, the Eastern Emperor. Ricimer and Majorian convinced the Roman Senate to authorize a military expedition against Avitus, who had established himself at the imperial capital of Ravenna. The two led an army against an imperial force commanded by the Magister Militum Remistus and defeated it at Piacenza on October 16, 456. They then besieged Avitus in Ravenna, which fell. Avitus was captured, forced to assume the bishopric of Piacenza, and finally executed. With the Western throne vacant, the new Eastern Emperor, Leo I, granted Ricimer the title of Patrician and the rank of Magister Militum on February 28, 457. Leo appointed Majorian to replace Ricimer in his Italian command. Without a Western emperor, Leo hoped to use Ricimer as his effective vicegerent in the West. As a Germanic tribesman, Ricimer could not assume the imperial throne himself, but as Magister Militum, he gained influence over the Germanic peoples occupying Gaul, Hispania, and northern Africa. He was left with the options of dissolving the Western Empire and ruling as an official viceroy of Leo in Constantinople, or exerting his power over the West through a puppet emperor. Though he had hoped to take the first option, the Roman aristocracy refused to consent to this step, and Ricimer was forced to take the latter. With a vacant Western throne, the Alemanni invaded Italy. They moved from Rhaetia and managed to penetrate Italy, reaching Lake Maggiore. Majorian led his field army north to fight the Alemanni, defeating them. Majorian was proclaimed emperor by his troops in a place called Ad Columellas on April 1, 457. Realizing Majorian's potential as a puppet, Ricimer induced Leo to give his consent to this arrangement. Though Ricimer had expected to control his friend, Majorian proved to be a capable ruler and soon distanced himself from his Magister Militum. Majorian demonstrated his military skill through his reconquest of Gaul and his campaigns in Hispania. Majorian's campaigns effectively subdued the Visigoths and returned them to their pre-Avitus Federati status, greatly increasing his status among the Senate and army. Majorian then prepared for a campaign against the Vandals of Gaiseric. With Majorian in Hispania, Ricimer was left in Italy. Majorian was defeated by Gaiseric, possibly through treachery, near modern-day Valencia, Spain, while organizing a mercenary army. During his absence, Ricimer convinced the Senate to turn against the emperor, who soon disbanded his army and returned to Italy. Learning that the emperor was in Tortona, Ricimer led a detachment there and arrested him. Deposing Majorian on August 3, 461, Ricimer had the emperor tortured and finally beheaded on August 7th. Ricimer's murder of Majorian did not sit well with some portions of the military establishment, notably the commanding general in Gaul, Aegidius, and the commanding general in Dalmatia, Marcellinus, who ruled their respective domains independent from imperial authority. These two generals entered open hostilities with Ricimer and refused to recognize Ricimer's position. Ricimer ruled the West without an emperor for 3 months. Facing pressure from the Senate and Italian aristocracy, Ricimer named the undistinguished senator Libius Severus as his puppet emperor. Though Severus was recognized by the Senate, the Eastern Emperor Leo I refused to recognize him as his Western counterpart. Though he faced open military opposition from Western generals, with the docile Severus as emperor, Ricimer was master of Rome. The chief problems facing Ricimer during Severus' reign was military opposition from the Vandals and political opposition from the Eastern Empire. The Vandals had continuously raided the Italian coast since the assassination of Valentinian III in 455, wreaking havoc upon the Italian economy. At the same time, Eastern Emperor Leo refused to recognize Severus as the legitimate Western emperor and refused to provide assistance to the Western government as a consequence. Constantinople had made peace with Gaiseric in 462, but had refused to intervene in the Vandal raids. Due to diminished tax revenues, and with the key armies of the West under opposition control, Ricimer needed assistance from the East in order to maintain order in the West. As such, Severus, despite his docile nature, represented an obstacle to Ricimer's power. Upon Severus's death in 465, rumored, according to Cassiodorus, to have been poisoned by Ricimer, Ricimer proceeded to rule the West for 18 months without an emperor, as he waited for Leo to name Severus's successor. The Vandals saw the vacant Western throne as an opportunity to increase their role in imperial politics. Gaiseric supported Olybrius' candidacy for appointment as emperor. Gaiseric had family ties with Olybrius, as both Olybrius and Gaiseric's son, Huneric, had married the two daughters of Valentinian III. With Olybrius on the throne, Gaiseric would become the real power behind the throne in the West, replacing Ricimer. To put Leo under pressure, the Vandals extended their attacks on Sicily and Italy to the territories of the Eastern Empire, sacking and enslaving people living in Illyricum, the Peloponnese, and other parts of Greece. Faced with increased Vandal raiding, in 467, Leo named the commanding general of the Illyrian army Anthemius as Western Emperor. Leo sent Anthemius to Italy with an army led by the commanding general of the Dalmatian army Marcellinus, who had previously rebelled against Ricimer, to secure the Western throne and recapture North Africa from the Vandals. Ricimer must have initially viewed Anthemius's appointment as undermining his position. Unlike Libius Severus, Anthemius had a proven history of military success and had family ties to the Theodosian dynasty. However, needing the support of the Eastern Empire, Ricimer was forced to accept him. To solidify his connections with the new emperor, Ricimer diplomatically married Anthemius' daughter Alypia, and for some time lived in peace with Anthemius. The marriage produced two sons, Onomundus in 470 and Ansimund in 505. Soon after assuming the Western throne, Anthemius granted Marcellinus the rank of patrician in an effort to counterbalance the authority of Ricimer. In the East, it was established practice for there to be two supreme commanders, where the West it had become common to only have one. With his experience with the Eastern military structure, this may have been an attempt by Anthemius to introduce the Eastern structure and rule like an Eastern emperor, using the successful and trustworthy Marcellinus as co-supreme commander with Ricimer. Both Eastern Emperor Leo and Anthemius had seen the difficulty any Western emperor had in maintaining control over the Western military, with the existence of a singular unchallenged supreme commander. In 468, Eastern Emperor Leo organized a grand campaign attack against the Vandals in North Africa, in which the East and West would commit substantial forces. The commanding general of the Thracian army Basiliscus, brother-in-law of the Leo, assumed supreme command over the joint west-east assault, with Marcellinus given direct command of the forces from the west. The overall plan called for a three-pronged attack between Basiliscus, Marcellinus, and the military count of Egypt Heraclius of Edessa. Basiliscus was to land at a distance from Carthage with the main army, and then link up with Heraclius, advancing from Tripolitania. Marcellinus was to secure Sicily and Sardinia, and then advance to Carthage. Ricimer, under the overall command of Marcellinus, commanded a large portion of the Western forces in the expedition. Ricimer's behavior raised suspicions that he secretly wanted the expedition to fail, which it ultimately did following the disastrous Battle of Cape Bon. Most of the joint armada was destroyed, with Marcellinus himself being assassinated by his own soldiers while in Sicily, perhaps at the instigation of Ricimer. The failed joint expedition against the Vandals bankrupted the Western and Eastern empires and greatly reduced their military might. Upon hearing of the disastrous defeat, the Visigoths resumed their wars of expansion against the West, and the Vandals resumed raids on Italy. Additionally, with Marcellinus dead, Ricimer was left as the sole supreme commander of the West. Marcellinus had been Anthemius's favorite of the two generals, and his death served to widen the divide between the emperor and Ricimer. The tipping point of their relationship was the trial of Romanus, the imperial chancellor and supporter of Ricimer, whom Anthemius accused of treachery and condemned to death in 470. Following the execution of Romanus by Anthemius, Ricimer moved north to Mediolanum with a force of several thousand soldiers. Relations between the two deteriorated to the point that Epiphanius of Pavia, bishop of Milan, was asked to negotiate peace between them. Despite the bishop's efforts, open warfare broke out between Ricimer and Anthemius again in 472. Ricimer, along with his barbarian mercenary units, marched on Rome. Besieged, Anthemius took refuge in St. Peter's Basilica. The Eastern Emperor Leo dispatched Olybrius to mediate a truce between Ricimer and Anthemius, but according to John Malleolus, had sent a secret letter to Anthemius, urging him to kill Olybrius. Ricimer intercepted the letter, showed it to Olybrius, and had him proclaimed emperor. The siege lasted for 5 months. Ricimer finally entered the city and succeeded in separating the port on the Tiber from the Palatine, starving the supporters of the emperor. Both sides appealed to the field army in Gaul, but the Burgundian commanding general of Gaul, Gundobad, supported his uncle Ricimer. Anthemius held out until his supporters deserted him. Disguised as a beggar, the emperor was caught attempting to flee the city at the church of Santa Maria in Trastevere, where he was beheaded on July 11, 472. Ricimer then proclaimed Olybrius as emperor, who was the candidate for emperor that he and Gaiseric had once favored. Ricimer's rule lasted until his death from a hemorrhage on August 18, 472, 6 weeks after deposing Anthemius. His title of patrician and position as supreme commander were assumed by his nephew Gundobad. Without a powerful figure to guide it, the Western Roman Empire experienced an even more rapid succession of emperors, none of whom was able to effectively consolidate power. The line of Western Roman emperors ended with Odoacer's deposition of Romulus Augustulus, reunifying the imperial power in far-off Constantinople. Flavius Julius Valerius Majorianus Augustus was the Western Roman emperor from 457 to 461. A prominent general of the late Roman army, Majorian deposed Emperor Avitus in 457 and succeeded him. Majorian was one of the last emperors to make a concerted effort to restore the Western Roman Empire. Possessing little more than Italy, Dalmatia, and some territory in northern Gaul, Majorian campaigned rigorously for 3 years against the empire's enemies. After defeating a Vandal attack on Italy, Majorian launched a campaign against the Visigothic kingdom in southern Gaul. Defeating King Theodoric II at the Battle of Arelate, Majorian forced the Goths to abandon their possessions in Septimania and Hispania and return to federate status immediately. Majorian then attacked the Burgundian kingdom, defeating them at the siege of Lugdunum, expelling them from the Rhone Valley and reducing them to federate status. In 460, Majorian left Gaul to consolidate his hold on Hispania. His generals launched a campaign against the Suebic kingdom in northwest Hispania, defeating them at the battles of Lucus Augusti and Scalabis, and reducing them to federate status as well. His fleet for his campaign to restore Africa to the empire from the Vandals was destroyed due to treachery. Majorian sought to reform the imperial administration in order to make it more efficient and just. The powerful general Ricimer deposed and killed Majorian, who had become unpopular with the senatorial aristocracy because of his reforms. According to historian Edward Gibbon, Majorian presents the welcome discovery of a great and heroic character, such as sometimes arise in a degenerate age, to vindicate the honor of the human species. The life of Majorian and his reign are better known than those of the other Western emperors of the same period. The most important sources are the chronicles that cover the second half of the 5th century, those of Hydatius and Marcellinus Comes, as well as the fragments of Priscus and John of Antioch. Besides these sources, which are useful also for the biographies of the other emperors, some peculiar sources are available that make Majorian's life known in some detail, both before and after his rise to the throne. The Gallo-Roman aristocrat and poet Sidonius Apollinaris was an acquaintance of the emperor and composed a panegyric that is the major source for Majorian's life up to 459. As regards his policy, 12 of his laws have been preserved. The so-called Novellae Maioriani were included in the Breviarium that was compiled for the Visigothic king Alaric II in 506, and helped to understand the problems that pressed Majorian's government. Majorian was probably born after 420, as in 458 he is defined a juvenis, a young man. He belonged to the military aristocracy of the Roman Empire. His grandfather of the same name reached the rank of Magister Militum under Emperor Theodosius IV, and as commander-in-chief of the Illyrian army, was present at his coronation at Sirmium in 379. The daughter of the Magister Militum then married an officer, probably called Doninus, who administered the finances of Aetius, the powerful Magister Militum of the West. The couple gave the name Maiorianus to their child in honor of his influential grandfather. It was under the same Aetius that Majorian started his military career. He followed Aetius to Gallia, where he met under Aetius' command 2 officers of barbarian origin who were to play an important role in Majorian's life: the Suevic Visigoth Ricimer and the Gaul Aegidius. Majorian distinguished himself in the defense of the city of Turinensis and in a battle against the Franks of King Clodio, near Vicus Helena. In the latter, Majorian fought at the head of his cavalry on a bridge, while Aetius controlled the roads leading to the battlefield. There was a narrow passage at the junction of 2 ways, and a road crossed both the village of Helena and the river. Was posted at the crossroads while Majorian warred as a mounted man close to the bridge itself. Around 450, the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III considered the possibility of marrying his daughter Placidia to Majorian. Valentinian had 2 daughters and no sons, and therefore no heir to the throne. Having Majorian as son-in-law would have strengthened Valentinian in the face of other powerful generals and would have solved the problem of the succession. Furthermore, as emperor, Majorian could have led the army himself, freed from the dangerous bond with a powerful general, such as Valentinian had been obliged to contract with Aetius. The intention of this plan was to avoid the possibility that barbarian generals like Honorius or Attila should succeed to Aetius, but clashed with the plans of Aetius himself. The Roman general, in fact, planned to marry his own son Gaudentius to Placidia. He therefore opposed Valentinian's plan and put an end to Majorian's military career, expelling him from his staff and sending him to his country estate. According to the poet Sidonius Apollinaris, the cause of the fall of Majorian was the jealousy of Aetius's wife, who feared that Majorian could overshadow Aetius's prestige. It was only in 454 that Majorian was able to return to public life. In that year, Valentinian III killed Aetius with his own hands, but fearing that Aetius's troops might revolt, called Majorian back to office to quell them. In the following year, Valentinian III was killed by 2 former officers of Aetius's staff. There was then a fight for the succession, as no heir existed. Majorian played the role of the candidate for the throne of Licinia Eudoxia, Valentinian's widow, and of Ricimer, who reserved for himself a role similar to Aetius. In the end, the new emperor was Petronius Maximus, a senator involved in Valentinian's murder, who outmaneuvered the other candidates. To strengthen his position, he obliged Licinia to marry him, and promoted Majorian to the rank of Comes Domesticorum. Petronius ruled only for a few weeks, as he was killed during the Vandal sack of Rome. He was succeeded not by Majorian, but by the Gallic Roman noble Avitus, who had the support of the Visigoths. Both Majorian, Comes Domesticorum, and Ricimer, Comes, initially supported Avitus, but when the emperor lost the loyalty of the Italian aristocracy, the 2 generals revolted against him. First Majorian and Ricimer killed Remistus, the magister militum entrusted by Avitus with the defense of the capital, Ravenna. Then Ricimer defeated Avitus's troops near Placentia, taking the emperor himself prisoner and obliging him to abdicate. Finally, Majorian caused Avitus' death, possibly starving him, in early 457. Avitus was dead, and the Western throne without a pretender. It was thus for the Eastern Roman emperor to choose the successor. But Marcian could do nothing, as he died on January 27, 457. His successor on the Eastern throne was the general Leo I, who did not, however, select a colleague for the West, possibly because he intended to reign alone. On the other hand, Leo rewarded both Majorian and Ricimer. The former was appointed Magister Militum, the latter Patricius and Magister Militum. While the situation was in a precarious equilibrium, a troop of 900 Alemanni invaded Italy. They entered from Moratia and penetrated Italian territory down to Lake Maggiore. There they were intercepted and defeated by the troops of Comes Burco, sent by Majorian to stop them. The savage Aleman had scaled the Alps and had emerged, plundering the Roman land. He had sent 900 foemen to scour for booty. By this time you were master, and you sent forth Burco with a band of followers. Fortune brought about a triumph, not through numbers, but through their love of you. You fought with the authority of a master, but the destiny of an emperor. This victory was celebrated as Majorian's own, and the Magister Militum was acclaimed emperor by the army on April 1st, 6 miles outside Ravenna, at a place called Ad Columellas, at the Little Columns. There were actually 2 Magistri Militum to choose between, Majorian and Ricimer, but the barbarian origin of the latter barred him from the throne. Ricimer could, however, expect to exert a great influence on the new Western emperor, because of their relationship dating back to the time of their service under Aetius, and because of his control of the army as Magister Militum. In his panegyric to Majorian, the poet Sidonius Apollinaris tells that Majorian initially refused the election. The world trembled with alarm while you were loath to permit your victories to benefit you, and because, overly modest, you grieved because you deserved the throne and because you would not undertake to rule what you had deemed worth defending. Modern historians think that it was Leo I who initially refused to recognize Majorian as his colleague, although the general chosen by the army must have seemed the only viable candidate to the throne. The Eastern court was not displeased with the deposition of Avitus, an emperor chosen by the Visigoths, whereas the only other candidate, Olybrius, had a politically difficult relationship with the Vandal king Genseric and no influence on the army. Despite this, the approval by the Eastern court of Majorian's election came late, as the new emperor was actually crowned only on December 28th. Leo I and Majorian jointly assumed the consulate for the year 458. It was customary that a new emperor took this magistracy on the first year started as emperor. The first problems Majorian had to handle were the consolidation of his rule over Italy and the recovery of Gaul, since this province had rebelled after the deposition of the Gaulo-Roman emperor Avitus. The recovery of the lost provinces of Hispania and Africa was a project that Majorian had to leave for later. In summer 458, a group of Vandals, led by the brother-in-law of Genseric, landed in Campania at the mouth of the Liri, or the Garigliano River, and started devastating and sacking the region. Majorian personally led the Roman army to a victory over the invaders near Sinuessa and followed the defeated Vandals, loaded with their booty, as far as their own ships, killing many of them, including their commander. After this event, Majorian understood that he had to take the initiative if he wanted to defend the hearth of his empire, the only territory he actually controlled. So he decided to strengthen its defenses. First, he issued a law, the Novella Maioriani 8, known as De Reddito Iure Armorum, concerning the personal right to bear arms. In 440, Valentinian III had already promulgated a law with the same name, Novella Valentiniani 9, after another attack of the Vandals. It is probably to this time that another law is to be dated, the Novella Maioriani 12, known as De Aurigis et Seditiosis, to quell the disorders that sprang up during the chariot races. Both these laws are now lost. He then strengthened the army, recruiting a large number of barbarian mercenaries, among whom Gepids, Ostrogoths, Rugi, Burgundians, Huns, Bastarnae, Suebi, Scythians, and Alans. Finally, he rebuilt 2 fleets, probably those of Mycenae and Ravenna, since the Vandals had a strong navy. Meanwhile, you built on the 2 shores fleets for the upper and lower sea. Down into the water falls every forest of the Apennines. After consolidating his position in Italy, Majorian concentrated on the recovery of Gaul. When news of the deposition of the Gallo-Roman emperor Avitus arrived in Gaul, the province refused to recognize Majorian as his successor. An important clue to this is an inscription found in Lugdunum and dating to 458. According to Roman custom, the inscriptions were dated reporting the name of the consuls in office, who that year were Leo I and Majorian. This inscription, instead, records only the name of Eastern Emperor, showing that Majorian wasn't recognized as lawful emperor. Another clue is the fact that, at the death of Avitus, the citizens of Lugdunum had allowed the Burgundians of King Gondioc to occupy the city, and that they sent an envoy to Leo, and not to Majorian, to ask for a reduction of taxation. Finally, there is a record of a failed usurpation in Gaul around this time. In late 458, Majorian entered Gaul, with an army strengthened by barbarian units. The emperor personally led the army, leaving Ricimer in Italy and choosing Aegidius and the magister militia Nepotianus as collaborators. The imperial army defeated the Visigoths under King Theodoric II at the Battle of Arelate, forcing the Visigoths to abandon Septimania and withdraw west to Aquitania. The Roman victory was decisive. Under the new treaty, the Visigoths had to relinquish their vast conquests in Hispania and return to federate status. Majorian chose his trusted general Aegidius as the new Magister Militum per Gallius and sent an envoy in Hispania to report the victory over the Visigoths and the new treaty with Theodoric II. With the help of his new foederati, Majorian entered the Rhone Valley, conquering its populations some by arms and some by diplomacy. He defeated the Burgundians and besieged and conquered the city of Lugdunum. The rebel city was heavily fined, while the Bagaudae were forced to join the empire. Despite the fact that the Gallo-Roman aristocracy had sided with Avitus, Majorian wanted a reconciliation, not a punishment. With the intercession of Majorian, Magister Epistolarum Petrus, Sidonius Apollinaris, the son-in-law of Avitus, was allowed to deliver a panegyric in honor of the emperor, receiving in reward the appointment to the rank of Comes Spectabilis. Much more effective was, however, the granting of the tax remission that the citizens of Lugdunum had requested from Leo I. In the wake of the Vandal sack of Rome, the Visigoths had conquered Hispania, formally in the name of the new Western Emperor Avitus, actually controlling the territory themselves. Majorian planned to reconquer Hispania and use it as the base for the conquest of Africa. This rich province of the Western Empire, which provided for the very important grain supply to the city of Rome, was in fact under Vandal control. According to the historian Procopius, Majorian, who surpassed in every virtue all who have ever been emperors of the Romans, wanted to know personally the military readiness of the Vandals and how the local populations would react to the Roman invasion. He dyed black his fair hair, for which he was famous, and went to Genseric claiming to be an envoy of the Western Emperor. Genseric tried to impress the enemy ambassador by showing him the arms collected in the warehouses and sent him back. This story is probably only a legend of Italian folklore, but it is a clue to the care with which the expedition was prepared. Majorian collected information on the enemy and gathered a fleet of 300 ships to support the army in the reconquest of Hispania and in the invasion of Africa. It was probably during the preparation of this operation that Majorian sent the Comes and Patricius Occidentus Marcellinus to Sicily with an army of Huns to take the island back from the Vandals. Marcellinus was the Comes Rei Militaris of Illyricum, but he had become practically independent since the death of Aetius, not recognizing the imperial authority. Majorian convinced him to accept him as emperor and even to collaborate with his troops in the military recovery of the empire. The campaign started with an operation against the Suebi in northwestern Hispania, lasting the whole of 459, led by the Magister Militia Nepotianus and the Gothic Comes Sunieric. Majorian gathered the main part of the army in Liguria, then entered Aquitaine and Novem Populania, coming from Theodoric's court in Toulouse. Genseric, fearing the Roman invasion, tried to negotiate a peace with Majorian, who rejected the proposal. The Vandal king then decided to devastate Mauritania, his own territory, because he thought that the Roman army would land there, and also ordered his navy to prepare incursions in the waters near the probable invasion area. In the meantime, Majorian was conquering Hispania, while Nepotianus and Sunieric defeated the Suebi at Lucus Augusti and conquered Scalabus in Lusitania. The emperor passed through Tisaragusta, where he performed a formal imperial adventus. Finally, he reached Carthaginiensis, where his fleet, docked at Portus Illicitanus, was destroyed by traitors paid by the Vandals. While Majorian was campaigning in the province of Carthaginiensis, the Vandals destroyed, through traitors, several ships that he was preparing for himself for a crossing against the Vandals from the shore of Carthaginiensis. Majorian, frustrated in this manner from his intention, returned to Italy. Majorian, deprived of the fleet that was necessary for the invasion, cancelled the attack on the Vandals. He received the ambassadors of Genseric, with whom he agreed to conclude peace, which probably included the recognition of the de facto occupation of Mauritania by the Vandals. On his way back to Italy, the emperor stopped at Arelate. Majorian understood that he could reign effectively only with the support of the senatorial aristocracy, whom he wanted to return to its pristine political prominence. At the same time, he planned to reduce the abuses perpetrated by the senators, many of whom cultivated their local interests disregarding the imperial policies, even refusing to pay taxes and keeping for themselves the taxes they had exacted. This fiscal evasion had a cascade effect that affected the small landowners, the citizens, and the local civil magistrates. For example, the decurions had personally to compensate the imperial treasury for all taxes not exacted. Sometimes, oppressed by the debts accumulated in this way, the decurions abandoned their status, a problem already addressed by Emperor Julian. Majorian also cancelled tax arrears, knowing that fiscal policy could not be effective if taxpayers had to pay large accumulated arrears. On March 11, 458, Majorian issued a law entitled De Indulgentias Reliquorum, on the remission of past due accounts. This law remitted all the tax arrears of the landowners. This same law explicitly prohibited public administrators who had a record of keeping the collected money for themselves from collecting taxes. This task was to be reserved to the governors alone. Another law issued to reorganize the tax system was issued on September 4th of the same year and was entitled De Bonus Caducis Sive Proscriptorum, on abandoned property and that of proscribed persons. The Comes Privatae Largitionis Enodius was to admonish the provincial judges against defrauding the imperial treasure, keeping for themselves a part of the money collected. The emperor was also interested in repairing the backbone of the imperial administration. On the 8th of May, 458, Majorian issued a law entitled De Defensoribus Civitatum, the defenders of the municipalities, to re-establish the office of the Defensor Civitatis. This city magistrate represented the interests of the citizens in trials against the public administration, particularly in fiscal matters. This magistracy was still in existence, but actually ineffective, since it was often held by the same officials who cheated the population. Another law was issued on November 6th to strengthen the magistracy of the decurions. De curialibus et de agnatione vel distractione praediorum et de ceteris negotis. Decurions, their children, and the sale of their landed estates was issued to forgive past abuses perpetrated by the decurions. This forbade them to leave their status or to alienate their own properties. Majorian minted coins in gold, silver, and bronze. Gold coinage was minted in great quantities. On these coins, the emperor is depicted, with few exceptions, with a combat helmet, a spear, a shield, and a chairo, looking towards right. This typology was derived from a rare type minted in Ravenna for Honorius and used in great quantities only by Majorian, while it was dropped by his successors. The first series of solidi were minted probably in Ravenna, and bear at the obverse the joint portrait of Majorian and Leo I, thus celebrating the mutual recognition of the two Roman emperors. The mints of Ravenna and Milan issued both solidi and tremisses since the beginning of Majorian's reign. No series of semices are attested for these two mints, probably because the semices were typically minted by the Mint of Rome, and this mint was not active under Majorian, who never visited the ancient capital of his empire. During his 4 years of rule, the minting of solidi is attested for the mint of Arelate in 458, a fact compatible with the presence of Majorian in Gaul in that year. This mint was again active in 460, when the emperor returned from his campaign in Hispania. The Visigoths minted some reproductions of his solidi, modeled after the issues of the Arelate mint. As Arelate issued only solidi, the Visigoths used those designs also for the tremices. Silver coinage was issued almost exclusively by the Gallic mints. It has been suggested that these series were not issued by Majorian, but by Aegidius after the emperor's death, to mark the fact that he did not recognize his successor, Libius Severus. Majorian also produced great quantities of numi of great weight, mostly minted at Ravenna and Milan, and some contorniates, mostly in Rome, but probably also in Ravenna. The diffusion of Christianity in the empire caused some social changes within the aristocratic families. In several wealthy families, daughters were obliged to take religious vows and never marry, so that the family wealth would not be dispersed in dowries. Majorian thought that this behavior was harmful to the state because it reduced the number of Roman children and because it caused the girls to start illicit affairs. On October 26, 458, the emperor addressed a law, the Novella Maioriani 6, to the Praetorian prefect of Italy, Cassina Decius Basilius. This law, titled De Sanctimonialibus vel viduis et de successionibus eorum, imposed a minimum age of 40 for taking religious vows, considering that at this age the sexual drives of the initiated would be dormant. The law also granted women who had been forced to take religious vows and were subsequently disinherited the same rights on the legacy of parents as their brothers and sisters. In order to solve this same problem of the decline of the Roman population, in particular compared with the growth of the barbarians allocated within the imperial boundaries, Majorian addressed the problem of young women widowed and without children who never remarried because of the influence of the clergy, to whom they destined their goods in their will. The young widows were prohibited to take religious vows. By the same measure, departing in this from the policy of the Eastern Empire, Majorian insisted that a marriage without dowry and pre-wedding exchange of gifts was invalid, simultaneously ended the practice of requesting pre-wedding gifts of a value considerably higher than the dowry. When Majorian took power by deposing Avitus, the province of Gaul, where Avitus's power was based, did not recognize the new emperor. When Majorian reconquered the province, he chose to forgive this rebellion. The reason was that Majorian understood that one of the mistakes of his predecessor was to promote and trust only the senatorial aristocracy of Gaul, the region he come from, favoring it over the senatorial aristocracy of Italy. Majorian, instead, decided to gain the favor of the wealthy and noble families of the recovered province, involving them in the administration of the power, together with the Italian aristocracy that, on the other side, had supported him since the beginning. A clue of this policy is the origin of the high civil servants of his administration, in particular of the consuls, whom the emperor appointed jointly with his eastern colleague. In the first year, Majorian reserved the honor for himself, as was usual for the Augusti, while in the second year he appointed his former colleague and powerful magister militum, Ricimer. Then, for the year 460, he chose the Gallic senator Magnus, and for the next year, the Italian senator Severinus. Magnus had been appointed Praetorian prefect of Gaul in 458. while the Praetorian prefect of Italy was Caecina Decius Basilius, who was the patron of the Gallic senator Sidonius Apollinaris, while the comes privatae largitionis Enodius was related to a family with interests in Arelate. Majorian also showed great respect towards the Roman Senate, as suggested by the message he addressed to it on the eve of his coronation. He promised the senators he would not take into account the accusations of informers, which were much feared as they might be used by the emperor to cause the fall of influential figures. And the promises were followed by facts, as told by Sidonius Apollinaris, who had been anonymously accused of the authorship of a pamphlet against some influential figures. During a dinner together, Majorian diffused the risky situation with a witticism. Since the beginning of the 4th century, the monuments of Rome, and more generally all buildings of some value that were in a state of neglect for various reasons, were increasingly used as quarries for valuable building materials. This practice, in fact, was cheaper and more convenient than import from remote locations, sometimes rendered difficult or impossible by the control of the sea by the Vandals. Roman officials conceded upon petition the use for construction of marble, stone, and brick recovered from demolition of ancient monuments. Hence, the occasion now arises that also each and every person who is constructing a private edifice through the favoritism of the judges who are situated in the city does not hesitate to take presumptuously and to transfer the necessary materials from the public places, although those things which belong to the splendor of the cities ought to be preserved by civic affection, even under the necessity of repair. To cope with this phenomenon, Majorian promulgated a law Novella Maioriani IV de Edificis Publicis, promulgated in Ravenna on July 11, 459, and addressed to Aemilianus, Praefectus Urbi of Rome. The punishment for judges who had allowed the destruction of ancient public buildings was 50 pounds of gold, while their subordinates were whipped and had both hands amputated. Those who had removed materials from public buildings were to return it. The Senate had the power to decide whether there were extreme conditions that justified the demolition of an old building, and, if it decided for the demolition, the emperor had still the right to order that the resulting materials should be used to decorate other public buildings. Just as the fate of Avitus had been marked by the betrayal of Ricimer and of Majorian, and by the dismissal of his German guard, so the fate of Majorian himself was decided by the disbandment of his army and a plot organized by Ricimer. In fact, while the emperor was busy away from Italy, the barbarian Patricius et Magister Militum had gathered around himself the aristocratic opposition to his former comrade, with whom, just a few years earlier, he had cultivated dreams of power. Majorian's legislation had shown that he intended to intervene decisively on issues that plagued the empire, even if they countered the interests of influential aristocrats. After spending some time at Arelate, his base at the end of the operation against the Vandals in Hispania, Majorian disbanded his barbarian mercenaries and, accompanied by some guards, set off to Rome, where he intended to carry out reforms. Ricimer went to meet Majorian with a military detachment. The Magister Militum met the emperor near Tortona and had him arrested and deposed. The emperor was deprived of his dress and diadem, beaten and tortured. After 5 days, Majorian was beheaded near the river Iria. He was about 40 years old and had reigned for 4. The city of Tortona now hosts, in the Church of St. Matthew, a building traditionally identified as the Mausoleum of Majorian. After the death of Majorian, Ricimer waited for 3 months before placing on the imperial throne a person he believed he could manipulate. He finally chose Libius Severus, a senator of no political distinction, probably selected to please the Italian senatorial aristocracy. The new emperor was not recognized by the Eastern Emperor Leo I, nor by any of the generals who had served under Majorian, not by Aegidius in Gaul, not by Marcellinus in Sicily and Illyria, and not by Nepotianus in Hispania. Flavius Libius Severus Serpentius was Western Roman Emperor from November 19th, 461 to his death. A Roman senator from Lucania, Severus was one of the last Western emperors emptied of any effective power and unable to solve the many problems affecting the empire. The sources describe him as a pious and religious man. On August 7th, 461, the Magister Militum of the Western Roman army, Ricimer, had Emperor Majorian killed, thus leaving the Western throne empty. A struggle for the succession thus ensured, with the Eastern Emperor, Leo I the Thracian, the king of the Vandals, Gaiseric, and Ricimer himself involved. The Eastern Emperor traditionally had the right to accept his colleague, for the empire was nominally still united. Ricimer needed a weak emperor on the throne in order to control him. His barbaric descent barred him from taking the throne for himself. Gaiseric had captured the wife and the two daughters of the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III, Licinia Eudoxia, Placidia, and Eudocia, during the sack of Rome, and through the marriage of one of them, Eudocia, with his son Huneric, he had entered the imperial family. Gaiseric's candidate to the Western throne was Olybrius, who had married Placidia and was thus a member of his family. In order to push for Olybrius's election, Gaiseric decided to put pressure on the empire with several raids on the coasts of Italy and Sicily, maintaining that the peace treaty he had signed with Majorian was no longer valid. Ricimer reacted by sending an embassy to Gaiseric and asking him to respect the treaty, while a second embassy was sent by Leo I, asking for the end of the raids and the release of the wife and daughters of Valentinian. Despite the pressure of the Vandal raids, Ricimer ignored Olybrius and put the senator Libius Severus on the Western throne. He was probably chosen in order to please the Italian aristocracy. Severus was elected emperor by the Roman Senate on November 19, 461, in Ravenna. Severus had to face several problems during his reign because of the presence of Ricimer and because his rule was not recognized in several provinces. At the beginning of the 460s, the Western Roman Empire no longer ruled several imperial provinces, even nominally. Britain had been abandoned, Africa had been conquered by the Vandals, and Hispania was occupied by the Suebi and the Visigoths. However, the area under Libius's control was even smaller, as the governors of several provinces did not recognize him as emperor. Both Aegidius, who controlled Gaul, and Marcellinus, who ruled semi-autonomously over Illyricum, had been supporters of Majorian and thus did not accept Libius's election. Even the Eastern Emperor Leo I the Thracian did not recognize Libius Severus. The historical sources related to the eastern part of the empire, Marcellinus Comes and Jordanus, consider Libius a usurper of the Western throne. Libius Severus feared that Marcellinus, who commanded a powerful army, could descend upon Italy and asked for Leo's help. The Eastern Emperor sent Philarchus as envoy to Marcellinus and dissuaded him from the attack. This episode is also important because it marks the passage of Illyricum from the western to the eastern sphere of influence. To oppose Aegidius, Severus appointed his own supporter Agrippinus to the office of Magister Militum per Gallius, thus officially giving him power over Aegidius. During Majorian's reign, Agrippinus had been accused by Aegidius of treachery. Found guilty and condemned to death, he had been pardoned, probably because of Ricimer, who then supported him in opposition to Aegidius. Agrippinus asked for support from the Visigoths, and with their help moved against Aegidius and his Frankish allies, led by King Childeric I. In exchange for their support, in 462, the Visigoths received the city of Narbonne from Severus. thus getting access to the Mediterranean Sea and separating Aegidius from the rest of the empire. Among Severus's few official acts, there is the appointment as Praetorian Prefect of Gaul of that Arvandus, who in 468 was to be prosecuted for treachery and condemned to death for having tried to obtain the throne. Therefore, Severus actually ruled only over Italy, even if in 465, with the death of Aegidius, Gaul returned to his sphere of influence for a short time. It is probably to this temporary control over Gaul that the limited issue of his coins by the Mint of Arelate is to be dated. Ricimer put Libius Severus on the throne, though he retained actual power. Some coins exist issued in Severus's name, yet bearing a monogram sometimes identified with Ricimer. Even if these coins were actually issued in the period between the reign of Severus and of his successor, Anthemius, it is nonetheless an honor unheard of for a barbarian, who was even mentioned on the inscriptions just after the emperors. Ricimer's control was so clear that, in recording the defeat and death of Bergor, the king of the Alans, by his hand, the historian Marcellinus calls Ricimer a king. Bergor, king of the Alans, is killed by King Ricimer. One source, Cassiodorus, goes so far to attribute Severus's death to poisoning ordered by Ricimer, when all of the other sources claim it was a natural death. The Vandals continued their raids during the reign of Severus. On one hand, Gaiseric justified the raids, complaining that he had not received part of Valentinian's legacy. On the other hand, he still hoped to put Olybrius on the Western throne. Vandal raids deeply affected the economy of the Italian landowners, typically senators. Some representatives of the Italian aristocracy went to the emperor to pledge for a reconciliation with Gaiseric. Severus chose the patrician Tatian and sent him to the king of the Vandals, who, however, rejected the peace proposal. Even if Severus was not officially recognized by Eastern Emperor Leo I the Thracian, nonetheless the two halves did collaborate, as shown by the episode of Leo's intercession with Marcellinus and the embassy led by Phylarchus. Another sign of the collaboration between the two courts is the choice of consuls. According to tradition, each court chose a consul and accepted the one chosen by the other court. Without Eastern recognition, Severus named himself Consulate of 462 and chose an influential member of the Roman senatorial aristocracy for the following year. Severus then decided not to indicate a consul for the years 464 and 465, and chose to accept the two designated by the Eastern Court. The details of Severus's death are obscure, but the majority of the modern scholars agree that he died of a natural cause in 465. In a passage from his Getica, Jordanus claims Severus ruled for only 3 years. It is probable, however, that this is a mistake by the 6th century historian. As regards the day of his death, it is recorded as August 15th by Fasti Vindobonensis Prioris, but a law by Severus dated September 25th has been preserved. Either he died after that day, or the law was issued after his death in his name. Cassiodorus, in the 6th century, maintains that Severus was treacherously poisoned by Ricimer in his own palace. But 3 years after Severus's death, the poet Sidonius Apollinaris wrote that he had died a natural death. According to modern historians, Ricimer had no reason to kill Severus, who was actually a puppet under his control, unless he was an obstacle to Ricimer's reconciliation with Leo. Procopius Anthemius was Western Roman emperor from 467 to 472. Perhaps the last capable Western Roman emperor, Anthemius attempted to solve the two primary military challenges facing the empire remains of the Western Roman Empire: the resurgent Visigoths under Euric, whose domain straddled the Pyrenees, and the unvanquished Vandals under Gaiseric, in undisputed control of North Africa. Anthemius was killed by Ricimer, his own general of Gothic descent, who contested power with him. Anthemius belonged to a noble family, the gens Procopia, which gave several high officers, both civil and military, to the Eastern Roman Empire. His mother Lucina descended from Flavius Philippus, Praetorian prefect of the East in 346, and was the daughter of the influential Flavius Anthemius, Praetorian prefect of the East, and consul in 405. His father was Procopius, Magister Militum per Orientum from 422 to 424, who was descended from the Procopius who had been a nephew of Emperor Constantine the Third and a usurper against the Eastern Emperor Valens. Born in Constantinople around 420, he went to Alexandria to study in the school of the Neoplatonic philosopher Proclus. Among his fellow students there were Marcellinus, Flavius Illustrius Puseus, Messius Phoebus Severus, and Pamprepius. In 453, he married Marcia Euphemia, daughter of the Eastern Emperor Marcian. After the marriage, he was elevated to the rank of comes and sent to the Danubian frontier with the task of rebuilding the border defenses, left in bad condition after Attila's death in 453. In 454, he was recalled to Constantinople, where he received the title of Patricius in 454 or 455, and became one of the two Magistri Militum, or Magister Utriusque militia of the East. In 455, he received the honor of holding the consulate with the Western Emperor Valentinian III as colleague. This succession of honorable events, the wedding with Marcian's daughter, a promotion to an important military rank, but with administrative rather than military tasks, the prestigious rank of patricius, and the highest military position, the consulate held with an emperor as colleague, suggests that Marcian had selected Anthemius as a possible candidate for the Eastern or Western throne. This hypothesis is further strengthened by the fact that Anthemius' prestige misled the 6th century historian John Malalas to state that Marcian had actually designated Anthemius as Western Emperor after Avitus. In October 456, in fact, the Western Emperor Avitus had been deposed. It is probable that Marcian considered Anthemius as successor, but the Eastern Emperor died in January 457 before choosing his colleague. Therefore, both empires had no emperor, and the power was in the hands of the Western generals, Ricimer and Majorian, and of the Eastern Magister Militum, the Alan Aspar. As Aspar could not sit on the throne because of his barbaric origin, he opposed Anthemius, whose prestige would have made him independent, and chose a low-ranking military officer, Leo. In the West, as his barbaric origin barred Ricimer from the throne, it was Majorian who received the purple. Anthemius stayed in service under the new emperor. As Magister Militum, his task was to defend the empire from the barbaric populations pressing on its border. Around 460, he defeated the Ostrogoths of Valamir in Illyricum. During the winter of 466, he defeated a group of Huns led by Hormidak, who had crossed the frozen Danube and were pillaging Dacia. The raiders had conquered Serdica, and Anthemius besieged the city until the starved Huns decided to accept open battle. Despite the treachery of his cavalry commander, Anthemius led his infantry to victory, and when Hormidak offered surrender, Anthemius asked for the deserter to be given to him. The newly elected Eastern Roman Emperor, Leo I the Thracian, had a major foreign affairs problem. The Vandals of King Gaiseric and their raids on the Italian coasts. After the death of Libius Severus in 465, the Western Empire had no emperor. Gaiseric had his own candidate, Olybrius, who was related to Gaiseric because both Olybrius and a son of Gaiseric's had married the two daughters of Emperor Valentinian III. With Olybrius on the throne, Gaiseric would become the real power behind the throne of the Western Empire. Leo, on the other hand, wanted to keep Gaiseric as far as possible from the imperial court at Ravenna, and took time to choose a successor to Severus. To put Leo under pressure, Gaiseric extended his attacks on Sicily and Italy to the territories of the Eastern Empire, sacking and enslaving people living in Illyricum, the Peloponnese and other parts of Greece, so Leo was obliged to take action. On 25 March 467, Leo I, with the consent of Ricimer, designated Anthemius Western Emperor as Caesar and sent him to Italy with an army led by the Magister Militum per Illyricum Marcellinus. On April 12th, Anthemius was proclaimed emperor at the 3rd or 12th mile from Rome. Anthemius's election was celebrated in Constantinople with a panegyric by Dioscorus. By choosing Anthemius, Leo obtained 3 results. He sent a possible candidate to the Eastern throne far away. He repulsed Gaiseric's attempt to put a puppet of his on the Western throne, and he put a capable and proven general with a trained army in Italy, ready to fight the Vandals. The reign of Anthemius was characterized by a good diplomatic relationship with the Eastern Empire. For example, Anthemius is the last Western emperor to be recorded in an Eastern law. Both courts collaborated in the choice of the yearly consuls, as each court chose a consul and accepted the other's choice. Anthemius held the consulate with the honor of the Sine Collega in 468, the first year he started as emperor, following a similar honor given to Leo in 466. The following year, the 2 consuls were Anthemius's son, Marcian, and Leo's son-in-law, Flavius Zeno. In 470, the consuls were Messius Phoebus Severus, Anthemius's old friend and fellow student at Proculus's school, and the Magister Militum per Orientem Jordanis. In 471, the year in which Leo held his 4th consulate with the Praetorian prefect of Italy, Caelius Aconius Probianus, as colleague, the 2 emperors strengthened their bonds with a marriage between Anthemius's son, Marcian, and Leo's daughter, Leontia. Marcian was honored with his 2nd consulate the following year, this time chosen by the Eastern court. Anthemius's matrimonial policy also included the marriage of his only daughter, Alypia, and the powerful Magister Militum Ricimer. The poet Sidonius Apollinaris arrived in Rome on the occasion of the wedding at the end of 467 and described the celebrations in which all social classes were involved. He also hints that Alypia might have not liked her husband, a barbarian. The Vandals were the major problem of the Western Empire. In late 467, Anthemius organized a campaign of the Western Roman army, probably under the command of Marcellinus, but the result was a failure. The bad weather obliged the Roman fleet to return to its base before completing the operation. In 468, Leo I, Anthemius, and Marcellinus organized a major operation against the Vandal kingdom in Africa. The commander-in-chief of the operation was Leo's brother-in-law Basiliscus. A fleet consisting of upwards of 1,000 vessels was collected to transport the combined Eastern-Western Illyric army, and while most of the expenses were paid for by the Eastern Empire, Anthemius and the Western treasury contributed to the costs. The fleet was defeated in the Battle of Cape Bon, however, with Marcellinus killed at Roman hands in its wake. Leo decided to sign a separate peace with Gaiseric. Anthemius lost his allies, and with the imperial treasury almost emptied by the failed operation, renounced taking Africa back. Instead, he concentrated on the 2nd problem of his empire, keeping under his control the western provinces targeted by Visigoth expansion. After the disastrous campaign in Africa, Anthemius turned to the reconquest of Gaul, occupied by Visigoths under the ambitious king Euric, who had exploited the weak Roman control caused by political instability. Euric's sphere of influence had also separated some imperial provinces from the rest of the empire. Even though Arelate and Marseille in southern Gaul were still governed by the Western court, Avernia was isolated from the rest of the empire and governed by Ecdicius, son of Emperor Avitus, while the territory later included in the so-called Domain of Soissons was located further north. In 470, Anthemius recruited the Bretons living in Armorica to fight Euricus. The Bretons, under King Rhyothemus, were initially successful and occupied Bourges with 12,000 men. However, when they entered the core of Visigoth territory, trying to conquer Dales, they were outnumbered and defeated by an Visigoth army, and Rhyothemus was forced to flee to the Burgundians, who were Roman allies. Anthemius took the matter into his own hands and decided to attack the Visigoths directly. He collected an army under the nominal leadership of his own son, Anthemiolus, but actually commanded by the generals Toricerius, Everdingus, and Hermianus. Anthemiolus moved from Arelate and crossed the Rhone River, but he was intercepted by Euric, who defeated and killed the Roman generals and pillaged the area. If Africa was lost and the control over western provinces was shaky, Anthemius's power over Italy was threatened by internal opposition. He was of Greek origin, had been chosen by the Eastern Emperor from among members of the Eastern court, and was suspected of being a pagan. In order to obtain the support of the senatorial aristocracy, Anthemius conferred the rank of patricius on members of the Italian and Gallic governing class. He introduced the practice, common in the East, of appointing even civilians to the patrician rank, and honored so many members of the aristocracy with this title that it suffered a sort of inflation. Among the new patrici there were, obviously, Italian senators, but against common practice he also appointed Gallic senators, and even aristocrats without noteworthy careers. Sidonius had come to Rome to bring a petition from his people. His contact in the court, Consul Caecina Decius Basilius, suggested that he should compose a panegyric to be performed at the beginning of Anthemius's consulate on 1 January 468. The emperor honored the poet, conferring on him the patrician rank, the high rank of caput senatus, and even the office of praefectus urbi of Rome, usually reserved to members of the Italian aristocracy. Sidonius was so influential that he convinced the emperor to commute the death penalty of Arvandus, the praetorian prefect of Gaul, who had allied himself with the Visigoths. The good relationship between the two Roman emperors was good news in the recent affairs between the two halves of the Roman Empire, and was used in imperial propaganda. Anthemius had his Mints issue solidi depicting the two emperors joining hands in a show of unity. Anthemius had restored his court in Rome, and thus this mint became more and more important, overshadowing the other two mints. Some coins are in the name of his wife, Marcia Euphemia. Among these there is a solidus depicting two empresses on the thrones, probably a reference to Alypia's marriage. The most important figure at the Western court was Ricimer, the powerful magister militum, who had already decided the fate of several emperors. The new emperor, however, had been chosen by the Eastern court, and despite the bond of the marriage between Ricimer and Anthemius's daughter, Alypia, they were not on good terms. The tipping point of their relationship was the trial of Romanus, an Italian senator, who was a patricius and was supported by Ricimer, whom Anthemius accused of treachery and condemned to death in 470. Ricimer had gathered 6,000 men for the war against the Vandals, and after the death of Romanus, he moved with his men to the north, leaving Anthemius in Rome. Supporters of the two parties fought several brawls, but Ricimer and the emperor signed a one-year truce after the mediation of Epiphanius, the bishop of Pavia. At the beginning of 472, the struggle between them renewed, and Anthemius was obliged to feign an illness and took refuge in St. Peter's Basilica. The Eastern Roman Emperor, Leo I, sent Olybrius to mediate between Ricimer and Anthemius, but, according to John Malalas, had sent a secret letter to Anthemius, urging him to kill Olybrius. Ricimer intercepted the letter, showed it to Olybrius, and had him proclaimed emperor. The struggle became an open war. Anthemius, with the aristocracy and the people of the city, faced the Goth Magister Militum and the barbaric units of the army, which included Odoacer's men. Ricimer blockaded Anthemius in Rome. 5 months of fighting followed. Ricimer entered the city and succeeded in separating the port on the Tiber from the Palatine, starving the supporters of the emperor. Both sides appealed to the army in Gaul, but the Magister Militum per Gallias, the Burgundian Gundobad, supported his uncle Ricimer. Anthemius elevated Bilimer to the rank of Rector Galliarum and had him enter Italy with the loyal army. Bilimer arrived in Rome but died trying to prevent Ricimer entering the center of the city from the other side of the Tiber, through the Pons Aelius in front of the mausoleum of Hadrian. Losing any hope of external help and pressed by the scarcity of food, Anthemius tried to rally, but his men were defeated and killed in great numbers. The emperor fled for the second time to St. Peter's, where he was captured and beheaded by Gundobad or by Ricimer on 11 July 472. Anicius Olybrius was Western Roman emperor from April or May 472 to his death. He was in reality a puppet ruler, put on the throne by the Roman general of Germanic descent Ricimer, and was mainly interested in religion, while the actual power was held by Ricimer and his nephew Gundobad. Olybrius was born in Rome, in the ancient and powerful gens Anicia of Italian descent. According to the consensus of historians, he was related to the consul Anicius Hermogenianus Olybrius, whose wife and cousin, Anicia Juliana, had the same name that Olybrius gave to his own daughter. Other historians consider this questionable, as Juliana was a common name in the gens Anicia, and because Hermogenianus seems to have begotten only one daughter who took chastity vows. Other possible fathers have therefore been proposed, either Flavius Anicius Probus or, according to some clues, Petronius Maximus. Olybrius married Placidia, younger daughter of Western Emperor Valentinian III, and his wife Licinia Eudoxia, thus creating a bond between a member of the senatorial aristocracy and the house of Theodosius. The year of their wedding is not recorded, although the historian Priscus implies it took place before the Vandal sack of Rome. He has pointed out that in his chronicle, Hydatius wrote, Placidia was unmarried as of 455. Stephen Mühlberger points out that many of the events in the chronicle of Hydatius are based on hearsay, that problems with his chronology resulted from delays and distortions in the best information to which he had access, and thus the evidence from Hydatius is not as decisive as Ust believed. Regardless, the powerful Magister Militum Aetius had forced Valentinian to betroth Placidia to his own son Gaudentius, so Olybrius could not have married her before Aetius's death. Aetius's death came 21st September 454, when the Emperor Valentinian provoked a quarrel with him that ended with the emperor killing Aetius with his own sword. The following year, Valentinian was killed by some soldiers who had served under Aetius, probably instigated by the patricius Petronius Maximus, who succeeded to the throne. Petronius, who was a high-ranking imperial officer and a member of a family belonging to the senatorial aristocracy, married Empress Licinia Eudoxia, widow of Valentinian. He also elevated his own son Palladius to the rank of Caesar and had him marry to Eudocia, elder daughter of Valentinian. According to those historians who believe that Olybrius was Petronius's son, It was in 455 that Olybrius married Placidia, between April 17th, when Petronius was acclaimed emperor, and May 31st, when he died. This would explain the marriage between Olybrius and Valentinian's younger daughter as a move to secure Petronius's legitimacy as emperor. Another possibility is that Olybrius and Placidia were engaged in 455, and only after Gaiseric freed her from his possession in the early 460s were they at last married. Oost mentions this possibility in his book Galla Placidia Augusta. The surviving evidence is not sufficient to allow us to decide between these alternatives. The Vandals, led by King Gaiseric, took advantage of the confusion and weakness of the Western Empire in the wake of Valentinian's turbulent succession, moving into Italy and sacking Rome. Before returning to Africa, the Vandals took Licinia Eudoxia and her 2 daughters as hostages. According to the 6th century historian John Malalas, Olybrius was in Constantinople at the time. On the other hand, the chronicler Evagrius Scholasticus writes that Olybrius had fled Rome on the approach of Gaiseric's army. During his residence in the eastern capital, Olybrius expressed his interest in religious matters. He met Daniel the Stylite, who, according to Christian tradition, prophesied the liberation of Licinia Eudoxia. In the meantime, the Western Empire went through a rapid succession of emperors. After Petronius, the Gallic Roman senator Avitus was proclaimed emperor by the Visigoth king Theodoric II and ruled for 2 years. He was deposed by Majorian, who ruled for 4 years before being killed by his general Reichshammer in 461. Gaiseric supported Olybrius to assume the vacant Western throne because Gaiseric's son, Huneric, and Olybrius had married the 2 daughters of Valentinian III, and with Olybrius on the throne, Gaiseric could exert great influence on the Western Empire. Therefore, Gaiseric freed Licinia Eudoxia and her daughter Placidia, but he did not cease his raids on Italy's coasts. His project failed, however, as Ricimer, who had become the Magister Militum of the West, chose Libius Severus as new emperor. Placidia was now free, however, joining her husband at Constantinople, where she bore him a daughter, Anicia Juliana, in 462. Olybrius was nearly chosen for the Western throne again in 465, after Libius Severus died. Gaiseric was again his major supporter, yet again his hopes were shattered as the Eastern Emperor Leo I the Thracian chose the noble Procopius Anthemius. Olybrius's association with Gaiseric did not harm career, however, as the Eastern court chose him for the high honor of the consulate in 464. Sources agree that Olybrius rose to the Western throne thanks to the Western Magister Militum Ricimer. They differ over the timing and order of the events leading to his ascent. In the version provided by John Malalas and championed by J.B. Berry, Olybrius was sent to Italy in 472 by the Eastern Emperor, Leo I the Thracian, ostensibly to mediate between Ricimer and the Western Emperor, Anthemius, whom Ricimer had trapped in a siege of Rome. Once he had accomplished this, Olybrius would then continue to Carthage and offer a peace treaty to Gaiseric. Leo suspected that Olybrius favored the Vandal king, however, and would secretly take his side and betray the suspicious emperor. Leo had Olybrius followed by another envoy bearing a letter for Anthemius, stating, "I have removed Aspar and Ardaburius from this world so that no one who might oppose me would survive. But you also must kill your son-in-law Ricimer, lest there be anyone who might betray you. Moreover, I also have sent the patrician Olybrius to you. I wish you to kill him, so that you might reign, ruling rather than serving others." Ricimer had placed a guard at Ostia, who found the secret letter. Ricimer showed the document to Olybrius, which convinced Olybrius to accept the purple. From Ricimer's point of view, Olybrius was a good candidate as a member of the Roman senatorial aristocracy, and because of his marriage to Placidia. His marriage to her makes him the last emperor of the house of Theodosius. Ricimer had Anthemius killed, and Olybrius acclaimed emperor. The competing version of events does not mention the secret letter. Instead, after arriving in Rome, Olybrius was proclaimed emperor several months before Anthemius's death, in April or May 472. Ricimer then besieged the part of Rome where Anthemius was for several months, until the lawful emperor was abandoned by his partisans, captured in a church, and put to death by Gundobad, Ricimer's nephew. This version implies that Olybrius was secretly supported by the Emperor Leo, which explains why Leo sent him there. Edward Gibbon accepts this implication as fact, although none of the three sources explicitly state that Leo supported Olybrius. What other reason could there be, Barry asks, then answers his own rhetorical question. The facts that Anthemius was Leo's chosen candidate, his filius, and that Olybrius was the friend of his foe Genseric, are a strong counter-argument. The reign of Olybrius was short and uneventful. Soon after the death of Anthemius, Ricimer also died, on August 9th or 19th. His nephew Gundobad was elevated to Magister Militum in his place. Very little is known of Olybrius's policy. In his Vita Epiphanius, Honorius describes him as a pious man who acted accordingly. As evidence, he had minted a new series of gold coins bearing a cross and the new legend welfare of the world instead of the usual welfare of the state. It is also noteworthy that Olybrius is depicted on his coins without helm and spear, common symbols on his predecessor's coinage, suggesting he had little interest in military matters. Olybrius died of dropsy after only 7 months of rule. The sources do not agree on the day of his death, reporting either October 22nd or November 2nd. Olybrius had a palace in the 10th region of Constantinople, at one end of the Mese, the main street, along the Constantiniani. Olybrius also restored, at his own expense, the nearby Church of Saint Euphemia, a famous church that had been chosen by Pulcheria, sister of Theodosius II, for the Council of Chalcedon in 451. This choice was a sign of the bond between Olybrius, a Roman senator, with the imperial house of Theodosius. In 1707, Apostolo Zeno and Pietro Pariati wrote a libretto entitled Flavio Anicio Olibrio. The story told in the opera is quite different from the real one, despite the fact that Zeno claimed to use several historical sources. Ricimer captures Rome, frees his sister Theodelinda, and enslaves Placidia, daughter of Valentinian III. A little later, Olybrius frees Rome and Placidia and marries her. The libretto was written for a drama per musica in 3 acts by Francesco Gasparini, performed that same year in the Teatro San Cassiano in Venice. But the same libretto was put in music also by Nicola Porpora, by Leonardo Vinci, and by Andrea Bernasconi. The libretto was also rewritten for the Ricimero by Niccolo Jommelli, performed at the Teatro Argentina in Rome in 1740. Glycerius was a Western Roman emperor from 473 to 474. Elevated by his Magister Militum Gundobad, Glycerius was rejected by the court at Constantinople and ousted by Julius Nepos. He later served as the Bishop of Salona in the early Catholic Church. Sources on Glycerius are scarce and scanty. It is known that at the time of his elevation to the throne, he was the Comes Domesticorum, the commander of the imperial guard of the court at Ravenna. Previous to this posting, he had been the military commander in Dalmatia. In 472, the Western Roman Empire was plagued by a civil war between Emperor Anthemius and his Magister Militum, Ricimer. Ricimer killed the emperor and put Olybrius on the throne, but in a short time, both Ricimer and Olybrius were dead. The Eastern Roman Emperor, Leo IV the Thracian, tarried in choosing his successor, so the Germanic elements of the army, represented by the new Magister Militum and patrician Gundobad, elected Glycerius emperor on March 3rd or 5th, 473 in Ravenna. Little is known about the short reign of Glycerius. In his biography of Saint Epiphanius, Bishop of Pavia, Honorius states that Glycerius made many measures for the public good, but mentions only that he pardoned the injury done to his mother by certain of his subjects at the petition of Bishop Epiphanius. A single law issued by Glycerius survives concerning simony, dated 11th of March, 473, and addressed to Himilco, the Praetorian prefect of Italy. Ralph Matheson speculates that Glycerius tried to stay on good terms with the Eastern Roman Empire. For most of his rule, Glycerius lived in northern Italy, evidenced by the fact that the only mints issued in his name are from Milan and Ravenna. In 473, Euric, king of the Visigoths, ordered the invasion of Italy, but his commander Vincentius was defeated and killed by Glycerius' comets, Alla and Sindela. Despite the victorious defense of Italy, Glycerius could do nothing to prevent the Visigoths from conquering Arelate and Marseille in Gaul. At the same time, the Ostrogoths led by King Widimir began marching to Italy. The possibility that the two Gothic armies would merge was disastrous. Glycerius sent an envoy to Widimir and, through a combination of diplomacy and a bribe of 2,000 solidi, convinced Widimir that the territories he wanted were already occupied by the Visigoths and that he should move to Gaul. While this strategy prevented Vincentius from receiving reinforcements, it also led to the convergence of both Gothic armies against Gaul. The Eastern Roman Emperor Leo III had not recognized Olybrius and did not recognize Glycerius, as his election had not been ratified by the Eastern court, and it was suspected that he was a puppet of Gundobad. Therefore, Leo chose a candidate on his own, Julius Nepos, Magister Militum in Dalmatia, and related to the Eastern Empress Verina. The election was delayed, however, so Julius Nepos could not leave immediately, as the ports were closed for the winter. Leo IV died in January 474 and was succeeded by his grandson, the young Leo II, who chose his own father Zeno as co-emperor after a short time. Zeno continued the official position of Constantinople to deny any recognition of Glycerius, whom the court continued to view as a usurper. Regardless, Glycerius tried to reconcile with the Eastern court, or at least to avoid conflicts with it. For example, he did not choose a second consul in order to allow Leo II to be consul alone for the year 474. In spring 474, the ports reopened and Julius Nepos crossed the Adriatic Sea to Italy to depose Glycerius. Glycerius probably left Ravenna for Rome to resist the invader. He had a silver coin minted in Rome, claiming himself as emperor together with Leo II and Zeno, and not recognizing Julius Nepos. However, Julius Nepos disembarked at Portus in July 474 and deposed Glycerius without a fight. Glycerius was sent to Dalmatia as Bishop of Salona. Glycerius's deposition was thus without any bloodshed, and historians investigated the possible reasons why the Western Emperor, who had Gundobad and his army at his command, did not try to resist. One possible reason is that Glycerius's elevation, not recognized by Eastern court, received the support of neither the Roman Senate nor the Gallic Roman aristocracy. Resisting Nepos without the support of the Senate would have been a bad choice for Gundobad. It is possible that Gundobad, who was absent from Italy when Glycerius was deposed, had gone to Gaul to gather some more troops, or to receive the legacy of his father Gundioch as king of the Burgundians, thus effectively leaving Glycerius alone. Glycerius took up residence at Salona, to which Julius Nepos retreated in 475 in the face of a coup attempt by Magister Militum Orestes. Nepos was still in Salona in 476 when Orestes' son, the usurper Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by Odoacer, king of the Heruli. The historian Malchus maintains that in 480, Glycerius was a member of the conspiracy that led to the death of Emperor Nepos, and thus sought the favor of Odoacer. However, the appointment of Glycerius to the prestigious rank of Bishop of Milan, which would support the theory of the collaboration between Glycerius and Odoacer, is usually considered a rumor. It is assumed that Glycerius died at Salona. Julius Nepos was Western Roman Emperor de facto from 474 to 475 and de jure until 480. He was also the ruler of Roman Dalmatia from 468 to 480. Some historians consider Nepos to be the last Western Roman emperor, while others consider the Western line to have ended with Romulus Augustulus in 476. In contrast, the Eastern Roman Empire and its line of emperors survived this period of history relatively intact. Julius Nepos, already in control of a semi-autonomous Dalmatia, was appointed Western Roman Emperor in early 474 by the Eastern Roman Emperor Leo I, in an effort to replace the Western Emperor Glycerius, who was regarded as an usurper. His agnomen of Nepos was probably earned through a marriage to Leo's wife's niece. This relationship likely also played a significant part in his selection for the Western throne. In June 474, shortly after Nepos's arrival in Italy, Glycerius surrendered. Nepos spared his life and appointed him Bishop of Salona. After this, Nepos ruled briefly over the whole of the remaining Western Roman Empire. Centered in Italy, still the empire's heartland, and including his native Dalmatia, and the remaining parts of Roman Gaul. Nepos's rule in Italy ended in 475, when he was deposed by his magister Militum Orestes. Fleeing from Italy and Orestes without opposition, Nepos returned to Dalmatia, over which he retained control. In the same year, following Nepos's departure, Orestes enthroned his own teenage son as the new Western emperor with the regnal name Romulus Augustus, in reference to whom the second element is often used in the diminutive Augustulus. The reasons for Orestes' decision to crown his son as a puppet emperor rather than become emperor himself are somewhat unclear. In the eyes of Roman law and of the Eastern court in Constantinople, however, Romulus's position as emperor was unconstitutional. His short reign ended in 476 with the execution of his father and his own subsequent forced abdication, both the result of an uprising led by Odoacer, head of the Germanic foederati in Italy. Odoacer, the new ruler of the Italian peninsula, sent the teenaged former emperor to Campania in exile or retirement, after which Romulus Augustulus disappears from the historical record. Although his successor had been deposed, Nepos never returned to Italy. However, the Emperor of the West continued to reign from Dalmatia, and he still enjoyed some support from Constantinople. Odoacer, attempting to bypass Nepos, used the Roman Senate to petition the newly restored Eastern Emperor, Zeno. He requested the title of Patrician and sought to end the separate line of Western emperors. Patrician rank was granted, but at Zeno's insistence, Odoacer also grudgingly acknowledged Nepos's imperial status and even issued coinage in Nepos's name. As patricius, Odoacer ruled over Italy and an expanding sphere of related territories as a viceroy, theoretically under Zeno's authority as the head of a reunited Imperium Romanum, while still technically acknowledging Nepos as emperor of the West. In practical terms, Odoacer was an increasingly independent Rex Italiae, nominally recognizing the Eastern Empire's suzerainty. Nepos retained claim to the imperial title, but exercised no real power outside of Dalmatia. This political solution lasted approximately 4 years. Julius Nepos, still residing in Dalmatia, was murdered by members of his own military in 480, possibly as a result of machinations by Odoacer and/or Glycerius, possibly aggravated by ambitions on Nepos's part to regain control of Italy. The competing desires of various persons to replace him as ruler of Dalmatia probably also played a part in his assassination. The instability in the West continued, and Nepos's death ended the last serious legal claims of a Western Roman Empire, independent of the Roman East, until the coronation of Charlemagne as Imperator Romanorum in 800. As is the case with many Roman emperors who reigned for only a short period of time, particularly those from the final decades of the Western Empire, there is only limited information about Nepos available in surviving records. It is generally accepted that Julius Nepos was son of the Comes Nepotianus, a general who served the Western Roman Empire between 458 and 461 during the reign of Majorian. Nepotianus is mentioned as having been active in southern Gaul and in Hispania, eventually dying in 465. His unnamed mother was a sister of Marcellinus, Magister Militum of Dalmatia. This identification has been denied by historian R.W. Burgess, who starts by observing that the claim reposes on a single passage from Jordanes Romana. He then proceeds to argue that while Nepos came from an important family, the general Nepotianus was a mercenary commander working for the Visigoths, from which came his title of Magister Militia. Thus, Burgess concludes his argument that Nepotianus, father of Nepos, and the military commander Nepotianus should be considered as two different individuals. The 6th century chronicler Marcellinus Comes mentions Nepos as son of the sister of Marcellinus, once patrician. This identification of Nepos is confirmed by a passage in Jordanes Getica. Since Jordanes often uses Marcellinus Comes as a source, the passage might have been copied verbatim. Marcellinus was a powerful figure in the Western Roman Empire, rebelling in 454 against the Emperor Valentinian III after the latter's assassination of Flavius Aetius. He established himself as an autonomous ruler in Dalmatia, despite accepting the authority of the emperors Majorian and Anthemius. Under Anthemius, he was raised to the rank of patrician, becoming a possible threat to Ricimer, the powerful kingmaker behind the Western throne. In 468, Marcellinus died in Sicily, probably at the hands of Ricimer. Nepos inherited control of Dalmatia from his uncle, gaining the title Magister Militum Dalmatiae, and with it a power base which would be integral to his future career. Nepos may have been a member of an enduringly prominent Dalmatian family. 4 memorial inscriptions commemorating similarly named individuals from the same region and falling within an appropriate time frame have been identified. Aelia Nepotes, Aelia Nepos, Julius Nepos, and Nepotes. The name also seems to be preserved in a church inscription of Salona, dating to the early 5th century. Although the association of the agnomen Nepos with his connection to the Leonid dynasty seems to be fairly clear, the origins of and relationships between all these similar-sounding names, including his father's, are less clear. Also unclear is what role Nepos's ties of kinship with Marcellinus might have played in the acquisition of his agnomen. Nepos was married to the niece of Eastern Roman Emperor Leo V, hence his nepos, nephew, agnomen, and was named as emperor in the West by Leo in 474, in order to end the reign of the usurper Glycerius, who had been raised to the throne by the Burgundian magister Militum Gundobad in the western capital of Ravenna. Under Roman law, Leo was the sole legitimate emperor and had the right to select a new western counterpart. He chose Nepos, a relative and already governor of the province of Dalmatia, technically a part of the Western Empire, but in practical terms an autonomous region since at least the time of Marcellinus's rule there. In June 474, Nepos entered Ravenna, forced Glycerius to abdicate, and secured the western throne for himself. Glycerius was exiled to Dalmatia as bishop of the city of Salona, where he and Nepos may have crossed paths again. As emperor, Nepos sought to consolidate the Western Empire's remaining holdings, which consisted of Italy, Illyria, and the remaining parts of Roman Gaul. He was able to renegotiate a recently concluded peace settlement with the Visigoths and their king Euric, under which he restored the Provence region of Gaul to imperial control in exchange for other minor territories, where the empire was unable to maintain firm control and their strategic position was less sustainable. But he was less successful in negotiating with Gaiseric, the king of the Vandals, who was once again launching pirate attacks on the Italian coast. Having recently made peace with the Eastern Empire, Gaiseric saw no need to make new concessions to the recently appointed Augustus of the weakened and unstable West. Nepos was, by all accounts, one of the more capable of the late Western emperors, but he was unpopular with the Roman Senate, whose members disliked him for his close ties to the East. When Nepos made the mistake of appointing the untrustworthy but well-established Orestes as his magister militum, Nepos's lack of a solid core of support in Italy would work against him. On August 28, 475, Orestes took control of the government at Ravenna and forced Nepos to flee by ship to Dalmatia. Unable to appoint himself as the Western Roman emperor, Orestes instead appointed his son Romulus Augustus, as Romulus was a citizen of Rome. The boy was probably around 12 years old when he became emperor and is ironically known to history as Romulus Augustulus, meaning Romulus the Little Augustus. However, Romulus's position was not constitutional inasmuch as he had not been recognized by the emperor at Constantinople, in whose eyes Nepos was still the sole Augustus of the West. The latter thus continued to rule in Dalmatia as emperor, recognized as such in Dalmatia and in the Eastern Court. When Odoacer captured Ravenna, killed Orestes, and deposed Romulus on September 4, 476, he proclaimed himself ruler of Italy and asked the Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno to legalize his position as patricius of the Roman Empire and Zeno's viceroy in Italy. Zeno did so, but insisted that he recognize Nepos as Western Roman Emperor. Odoacer did this and even issued coins in Nepos's name throughout Italy. In name at least, the Western Roman Empire continued to exist after 476, but only as a legal formality and as a Aesop to imperial tradition. Through the Roman Senate, Odoacer requested that he be named a patrician by the Emperor Zeno, ruler of the eastern half of the Roman Empire. This request was granted, and technically Odoacer, as patrician, ruled Italy and an expanding sphere of related territories under Zeno's authority as the head of a reunited Imperium Romanum. In practical terms, Odoacer was an increasingly independent king, nominally recognizing the Eastern Emperor's suzerainty, with Nepos retaining a tenuous claim on the imperial rank. Similar arrangements might have continued for many years had events not taken another course. First, in about 479, Nepos began to plot against Odoacer, hoping to regain control of Italy for himself. Another possibility is that Glycerius, who continued as Bishop of Salona, was plotting his revenge. What is certain is that Odoacer perceived Nepos as a threat and was determined to get rid of him. Nepos was assassinated by his own soldiers on one of three possible dates: April 25th, May 9th, or June 22nd, of 480. The April 25th date is probably the correct one. He was reportedly stabbed to death in his villa near Salona. Since Diocletian also had a residence in the area, it might have been the same building. Marcellinus Comes blames the treachery of his comes Viator and Ovida for the murder. Malchus also implicates the former emperor Glycerius in the conspiracy. Glycerius was, after all, Bishop of Salona at the time, placing him in the vicinity of the murder. Ovida served as the next ruler of Dalmatia for a few months, but Odoacer used Nepos's murder as a pretext to invade Dalmatia. Odoacer defeated Ovida's forces on December 9th and added the province to his own kingdom. Adding to the suspicions about Glycerius is a report that Odoacer then made him Bishop of Milan. Romulus Augustus is sometimes considered the last Western Roman emperor, reigning from 31 October 475 until 4 September 476. His deposition by Odoacer traditionally marks the end of the Western Roman Empire, the fall of ancient Rome, and the beginning of the Middle Ages in Western Europe. He is also known by his nickname Romulus Augustulus, though he ruled officially as Romulus Augustus. The Latin suffix "ulus" is a diminutive. Hence, Augustulus effectively means Little Augustus. The historical record contains few details of Romulus's life. He was installed as emperor by his father Orestes, the magister militum of the Roman army, after deposing the previous emperor Julius Nepos. Romulus, little more than a child, acted as a figurehead for his father's rule. Reigning for only 10 months, Romulus was then deposed by the Germanic chieftain Odoacer and sent to live in the Castellum Lucullanum in Campania. Afterwards, he disappears from the historical record. Romulus's father Orestes was a Roman citizen, originally from Pannonia, who had served as a secretary and diplomat for Attila the Hun, and later rose through the ranks of the Roman army. The future emperor was named Romulus after his maternal grandfather, a nobleman from Poetovio in Noricum. Many historians have noted the coincidence that the last Western emperor bore the names of both Romulus, the legendary founder and first king of Rome, and Augustus, its first emperor. The Western and the Eastern Roman Empire by 476. Orestes was appointed Magister Militum by Julius Nepos in 475. Shortly after his appointment, Orestes launched a rebellion and captured Ravenna, the capital of the Western Roman Empire since 402, on 28 August 475. Nepos fled to Dalmatia, where his uncle had ruled a semi-autonomous state in the 460 Orestes, however refused to become emperor, from some secret motive, according to historian Edward Gibbon. Instead, he installed his son on the throne on 31st October 475. The empire Augustulus ruled was a shadow of its former self and had shrunk significantly over the previous 80 years. Imperial authority had retreated to the Italian borders and parts of southern Gaul, Italia and Gallia Narbonensis, respectively. The Eastern Roman Empire treated its Western counterpart as a client state. The Eastern Emperor Leo, who died in 474, had appointed the Western emperors Anthemius and Julius Nepos, and Constantinople never recognized the new government. Neither Zeno nor Basiliscus, the two generals fighting for the Eastern throne at the time of Romulus's accession, accepted him as ruler. Romulus Augustus resigns the crown. As a proxy for his father, Romulus made no decisions and left no monuments, though coins bearing his name were minted in Rome, Milan, Ravenna, and Gaul. Several months after Orestes took power, a coalition of Heruli, Syrian, and Turcilingi mercenaries demanded that he give them a third of the land in Italy. When Orestes refused, the tribes revolted under the leadership of the Scyrian chieftain Odoacer. Orestes was captured near Piacenza on 28 August 476 and swiftly executed. Odoacer advanced on Ravenna, capturing the city and the young emperor. Romulus was compelled to abdicate the throne on the 4th of September 476. This act has been cited as the end of the Western Roman Empire, although Romulus's deposition did not cause any significant disruption at the time. Rome had already lost its hegemony over the provinces. Germanics dominated the Roman army, and Germanic generals like Odoacer had long been the real powers behind the throne. Italy would suffer far greater devastation in the next century when Emperor Justinian I reconquered it. After the abdication of Romulus, the Roman Senate, on behalf of Odoacer, sent representatives to the Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno, whom it asked to formally reunite the two halves of the empire. The West no longer required an emperor of its own. One monarch sufficed for the world. He was also asked to make Odoacer a patrician and administrator of Italy in Zeno's name. Zeno pointed out that the Senate should rightfully have first requested that Julius Nepos take the throne once more, but he nonetheless agreed to their requests. Odoacer then ruled Italy in Zeno's name. The ultimate fate of Romulus is a mystery. The anonymous Valesianus wrote that Odoacer, taking pity on his youth, spared Romulus's life and granted him an annual pension of 6,000 solidi before sending him to live with relatives in Campania. Jordanus and Marcellinus Comes say Odoacer exiled Romulus to Campania, but do not mention any reward from the Germanic king. The sources do agree that Romulus took up residence in the Lucullan villa, an ancient castle originally built by Lucullus in Campania. From here, contemporary histories fall silent. In the history of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, Edward Gibbon notes that the disciples of Saint Severinus of Noricum were invited by a Neapolitan lady to bring his body to the villa in 488 in the place of Augustulus, who was probably no more. The villa was converted into a monastery before 500 to hold the saint's remains. Cassiodorus, then a secretary to Theodoric the Great, wrote a letter to a Romulus in 507 confirming a pension. Thomas Hodgkin, a translator of Cassiodorus's works, wrote in 1886 that it was surely possible the Romulus in the letter was the same person as the last Western emperor. The letter would match the description of Odoacer's coup in the anonymous Valesianus, and Romulus could have been alive in the early 6th century. But Cassiodorus does not supply any details about his correspondent or the size and nature of his pension. And Jordanus, whose history of the period abridges an earlier work by Cassiodorus, makes no mention of a pension. As Romulus was an usurper, Julius Nepos claimed to legally hold the title of emperor when Odoacer took power. However, few of Nepos's contemporaries were willing to support his cause after he ran away to Dalmatia. Some historians regard Julius Nepos, who ruled in Dalmatia until being murdered in 480, as the last lawful Western Roman emperor. Following Odoacer's coup, the Roman Senate sent a letter to Zeno stating that the majesty of a sole monarch is sufficient to pervade and protect, at the same time, both the East and the West. While Zeno told the Senate that Nepos was their lawful sovereign, he did not press the point, and he accepted the imperial insignia brought to him by the Senate. Orestes was a Roman general and politician of Germanic ancestry who was briefly in control of the Western Roman Empire in 476. Born an aristocrat of Pannonia Savia, Orestes was probably at least partly of Germanic descent. He was son of Tatulus, a pagan, and son-in-law to Romulus, who served as comes in the Western Roman Empire. After Pannonia was ceded to Attila the Hun, Orestes joined Attila's court, reaching high position as a secretary in 449 and 452. In 449, Orestes was sent by Attila twice to Constantinople as envoy to Emperor Theodosius II. In 475, Orestes was appointed Magister Militum and Patricius by Western Roman Emperor Julius Nepos. This proved to be a mistake on the part of Nepos. By August 28, 475, Orestes, at the head of the foederati, managed to take control of the government in Ravenna, which had acted as the capital of the Western Roman Empire since 402. Julius Nepos fled without a fight to Dalmatia, where he would continue to reign until his assassination in 480. With the emperor far away, Orestes elevated his son Romulus to the rank of Augustus, so that the last Western Roman emperor is known as Romulus Augustulus, meaning Little Augustus, as the emperor was only a 12-year-old boy. The new administration was not recognized by the rival Eastern Roman emperors Zeno and Basiliscus, who still considered Julius Nepos to be their legitimate partner in the administration of the empire. But as they were engaged in a civil war with each other, neither emperor was about to oppose Orestes in battle. Orestes was free to issue new solidi in the mints of Arles, Milan, Ravenna, and Rome, enabling him to pay the barbarian mercenaries who constituted most of the Roman army at the time. However, Orestes denied the demands of Heruli, Syrian and Torcelinghi mercenaries, to be granted Italian lands in which to settle. Before he overthrew Nepos, the Roman general promised his barbarian soldiers a third of Italian territory in exchange for assisting with the deposition of the emperor. After being turned down by Orestes, the dissatisfied mercenaries revolted under the Germanic chieftain Odoacer, whom they declared to be their king on August 23, 476. Odoacer led them against their former employer, ravaging every town and village in northern Italy and meeting little resistance. Orestes fled to the city of Pavia, where the city's bishop gave him sanctuary within the city walls. Despite the protection he received from the bishop, Orestes was forced to flee for his life when Odoacer and his men broke through the city defenses and ravaged the church, stealing all the money that the bishop had collected for the poor and razing many of the city buildings to the ground. After escaping from the city of Pavia, Orestes rallied the few surviving units of Roman troops stationed in northern Italy and was able to move his small army to the city of Piacenza. The forces of Odoacer and Orestes finally met on the battlefield, but the inexperienced Roman commander and his few and sparse imperial troops, disorganized and unprepared, stood no chance against the savagery of Odoacer's mercenary army. The majority of the Roman soldiers were either killed, captured, or driven off, while Orestes was captured near the city on August 28th and was swiftly executed. Within weeks, Ravenna was captured, and Romulus Augustus was deposed. 18th century historian Edward Gibbon attached great significance to this event due to Odoacer's foreign birth. Gibbon's romantic description of the events of 476 as the fall of the Western Roman Empire was influential for 2 centuries, but modern scholarship has discredited this view. Nevertheless, Odoacer's defeat of Orestes and his son are often still used to demarcate the transition from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages. Flavius Odoacer, also known as Flavius Odovacer, was a Germanic soldier who in 476 became the first king of Italy. His reign is commonly seen as marking the end of the Western Roman Empire. Though the real power in Italy was in his hands, he represented himself as the client of Julius Nepos and, after Nepos's death in 480, of the emperor in Constantinople. Odoacer generally used the Roman honorific patrician granted by the Emperor Zeno, but is referred to as a king in many documents, and he himself used it at least once, and on another occasion it was used by the consul Basilius. Odoacer introduced few important changes into the administrative system of Italy. He had the support of the Senate at Rome and was able to distribute land to his followers without much opposition. Unrest among his warriors led to violence in 477 to 478, but no such disturbances occurred during the later period of his reign. Although Odoacer was an Arian Christian, he rarely intervened in the affairs of the Orthodox and Trinitarian State Church of the Roman Empire. Probably of Syrian descent, Odoacer was a military leader in Italy who led the revolt of Herulians, Rugians, and Syrians, soldiers that deposed Romulus Augustulus on 4th September BCD 476. Augustulus had been declared Western Emperor by his father, the rebellious general of the army in Italy, less than a year before, but had been unable to gain allegiance or recognition beyond central Italy. With the backing of the Roman Senate, Odoacer thenceforth ruled Italy autonomously, paying lip service to the authority of Julius Nepos, the last Western emperor, and Zeno, the emperor of the East. Upon Nepos' murder in 480, Odoacer invaded Dalmatia to punish the murderers. He did so, executing the conspirators, but within 2 years also conquered the region and incorporated it into his domain. When Illus, master of soldiers of the Eastern Empire, asked for Odoacer's help in 484 in his struggle to depose Zeno, Odoacer invaded Zeno's westernmost provinces. The emperor responded first by inciting the Rugi of present Austria to attack Italy. During the winter of 488, Odoacer crossed the Danube and defeated the Rugi in their own territory. Zeno also appointed the Ostrogoth Theodoric, who was menacing the borders of the Eastern Empire, to be king of Italy, turning one troublesome, nominal vassal against another. Theodoric invaded Italy in 489, and by August 490 had captured almost the entire peninsula, forcing Odoacer to take refuge in Ravenna. The city surrendered on March 5, 493. Theodoric invited Odoacer to a banquet of reconciliation, and there killed him. Odoacer is the earliest ruler of Italy for whom an autograph of any of his legal acts has survived to the current day. The larger portion of a record of Odoacer granting properties in Sicily and the island of Melita on the Adriatic coast to Pierius, and issued in 488, was written in his reign. Except for the fact that he wasn't considered Roman, Odoacer's ethnic origins are not completely known. Both the anonymous Valesianus and John of Antioch state his father's name was Edeco. However, it is unclear whether this Edeco is identical to one or both men of the same name who lived at this time. One was an ambassador of Attila to the court in Constantinople, and escorted Priscus and other imperial dignitaries back to Attila's camp. The other, according to Jordanus, is mentioned with Hunulphus as chieftains of the Syri, who were soundly defeated by the Ostrogoths at the river Bolia in Pannonia sometime in the late 460s. Since Sebastian Tillemont in the 17th century, all three have been considered to be the same person. Jordanus describes Odoacer as king of the Turcilingi. However, in his Romana, Jordanus also describes him as a member of the Rugi. The Consularia Italica calls him king of the Heruli, while Theophanes appears to be guessing when he calls him a Goth. Marcellinus calls him the king of the Goths. More recently, Reynolds and Lopez explored the possibility that Odoacer was not Germanic in their 1946 paper, published by the American Historical Review, making several convincing arguments that his ethnic background might lie elsewhere. One of these is that his name, Odoacer, for which an etymology in Germanic languages had not been convincingly found, could be a form of the Turkish Ottogar, or the shorter form Otgar, herder. If Ratchas could become Radagaisus, why could Ottogar or Odgar not have become Odoacer or Odovacar, they ask. Other sources believe the name Odoacer is derived from the Germanic Audawakers, from Audos wealth and Wakarat vigilant. Odoacer's identity as a Hun was then accepted by a number of authorities, such as Thompson and Wallace Hadrill, despite Otto J. Mansion-Helfen's reasonable objection that personal names were not an infallible guide to ethnicity. Subsequently, while reviewing the primary sources in 1983, Bruce McBain pointed out several uncomfortable silences in the primary sources, and proposed that while his mother might have been Syrian and his father Thuringian, in any case, he was not a Hun. Most sources today claim that he was most likely of Germanic stock. Possibly the earliest recorded incident involving Odoacer is from a fragment of a chronicle preserved in the Decem Libri Historiarum of Gregory of Tours. 2 chapters of his work recount, in a confused or confusing manner, a number of battles fought by King Childeric the Fixed of the Franks, Aegidius, Count Paul, and one Odovacrius, or Odovacrius. If this is an account of Aegidius's victory over the Visigoths, otherwise known from the Chronicle of Hydateus, then this occurred in 463. Reynolds and Lopez, in their article mentioned above, suggested that this Odovacrius, or Odovacrius, may be the same person as the future king of Italy. This suggestion has been accepted by some scholars. It appears to explain why Lewis Thorpe named this person Odoacer in his translation of Gregory's work. The first certain act recorded for Odoacer was shortly before he arrived in Italy. Eugipius, in his Life of Saint Severinus, records how a group of barbarians on their way to Italy had stopped to pay their respect to the holy man. Odoacer, at the time a young man of tall figure, clad in poor clothes, learned from Severinus that he would one day become famous. When Odoacer took his leave, Severinus made one final comment which proved prophetic. "Go to Italy, go, now covered with mean hides. Soon you will make rich gifts to many." By 470, Odoacer had become an officer in what remained of the Roman army. Although Jordanes writes of Odoacer as invading Italy, as leader of the Sciri, the Heruli, and allies of various races, modern writers describe him as being part of the Roman military establishment, based on John of Antioch's statement that Odoacer was on the side of Ricimer at the beginning of his battle with the Emperor Anthemius in 472. Procopius goes as far as describing him as one of the emperor's bodyguards. When Orestes was in 475 appointed Magister Militum and patrician by the Western Roman Emperor Julius Nepos, he became head of the Germanic Federati of Italy. However, Orestes proved to be ambitious, and before the end of that year, Orestes had driven Nepos from Italy. Orestes then proclaimed his young son Romulus the new emperor as Romulus Augustus, called Augustulus. However, Nepos reorganized his court in Salona, Dalmatia, and received homage and affirmation from the remaining fragments of the Western Empire beyond Italy, and, most importantly, from Constantinople, which refused to accept Augustulus and branded him and his father traitors and usurpers. About this time, the Federati, who had been quartered on the Italians all of these years, had grown weary of this arrangement. In the words of J.B. Barrie, they desired to have roof trees and lands of their own, and they petitioned Orestes to reward them for their services by granting them lands and settling them permanently in Italy. Orestes refused their petition, and they turned to Odoacer to lead their revolt against Orestes. Orestes was killed at Placentia, and his brother Paulus outside Ravenna. The Germanic Foederati, the Syrians, and the Heruli, as well as a large segment of the Italic Roman army, then proclaimed Odoacer Rex Italiae. In 476, Odoacer advanced to Ravenna and captured the city, compelling the young Emperor Romulus to abdicate on September 4th. According to the anonymous Valesianus, Odoacer was moved by Romulus's youth and his beauty to not only spare his life, but give him a pension of 6,000 solidi and sent him to Campania to live with his relatives. Following Romulus Augustus's deposition, according to the historian Malchus, upon hearing of the ascension of Zeno to throne, the Senate in Rome sent an embassy to the Eastern Emperor and bestowed upon him the Western imperial insignia. The message was clear. The West no longer required a separate emperor, for one monarch sufficed the world. In response, Zeno accepted their gifts, observing, the Western Romans had received 2 men from the Eastern Empire, and had driven out one and killed the other, Anthemius. The Eastern Emperor conferred upon Odoacer the title of patrician, and granted him legal authority to governing Italy in the name of Rome. Zeno also suggested that Odoacer should receive Nepos back as emperor in the West if he truly wished to act with justice. Although he accepted the title of patrician, Odoacer did not invite Julius Nepos to return to Rome, and the latter remained in Dalmatia until his death. Odoacer was careful to observe form, however, and made a pretense of acting on Nepos's authority, even issuing coins with his image. Following Nepo's murder in 480, Zeno legally abolished the co-emperorship and ruled as sole emperor. Barrie, however, disagrees that Odoacer's assumption of power marked the fall of the Roman Empire. It stands out prominently as an important stage in the process of the dismemberment of the empire. It belongs to the same catalogue of chronological dates which includes AD 418, when Honorius settled the Goths in Aquitaine, and AD 435, when Valentinian ceded African lands to the Vandals. In Anno Domini 476, the same principle of disintegration was first applied to Italy. The settlement of Odovacar's East Germans, with Zeno's acquiescence, began the process by which Italian soil was to pass into the hands of Ostrogoths and Lombards, Franks and Normans, and Odovacar's title of king emphasized the significance of the change. In 476, Odoacer became the first barbarian king of Italy, initiating a new era. Unlike most of the last emperors, he acted decisively. According to Jordanus, at the beginning of his reign, he slew Count Brasila at Ravenna, that he might inspire a fear of himself among the Romans. He took many military actions to strengthen his control over Italy and its neighboring areas. He achieved a solid diplomatic coup by inducing the Vandal king Gaiseric to cede to him Sicily. Noting that Odovacar seized power in August of 476, Gaiseric died in January of 477, and the sea usually became closed to navigation around the beginning of November. Clover dates this session to September or October 476. When Julius Nepos was murdered by 2 of his retainers in his country house near Salona, Odoacer assumed the duty of pursuing and executing the assassins, and at the same time established his own rule in Dalmatia. As Barrie points out, It is highly important to observe that Odovacar established his political power with the cooperation of the Roman Senate, and this body seems to have given him their loyal support throughout his reign, so far as our meager sources permit us to draw inferences. He regularly nominated members of the Senate to the consulate and other prestigious offices. Basilius, Decius, Venantius, and Manlius Boethius held the consulship and were either prefects of Rome or praetorian prefects. Symmachus and Cividius were consuls and prefects of Rome. Another senator of old family, Cassiodorus, was appointed a minister of finance. Jones also notes that under Odoacer, the Senate acquired enhanced prestige and influence in order to counter any desires for restoration of imperial rule. As the most tangible example of this renewed prestige, for the first time since the mid-3rd century, copper coins were issued with the legend. Jones describes these coins as fine, big copper pieces, which were a great improvement on the miserable little numi hitherto current. And not only were they copied by the Vandals in Africa, but they formed the basis of the currency reform by Anastasius in the Eastern Empire. Although Odoacer was an Arian Christian, his relations with the Roman Catholic Church hierarchy were remarkably good. As G.M. Cook notes in her introduction to Magnus Felix Ennodius's Life of Saint Epiphanius, he showed great esteem for Bishop Epiphanius. In response to the bishop's petition, Odoacer granted the inhabitants of Liguria a 5-year immunity from taxes and again granted his requests for relief from abuses by the praetorian prefect. One wonders at brevity, observes Cook. To the 13 years of Odovacar's mastery of Italy, a period which embraced nearly half the episcopate of Epiphanius, Ennodius devotes but 8 sections of the Vita, 5 of which are taken up with the restoration of the churches. Cook uses Ennodius's brevity as an argumentum ex silentio to prove that Odoacer was very supportive of the Catholic Church. Ennodius was a loyal supporter of Theodoric. Any oppression, therefore, on the part of Odovacar would not be passed over in silence. She concludes that Ennodius's silence may be construed as an unintentional tribute to the moderation and tolerance of the barbarian king. The biography of Pope Felix III in the Liber Pontificalis openly states that the pontiff's tenure fell during Odoacer's reign without any complaints about the king. In 487, Odoacer led his army to victory against the Rugians in Noricum, taking their king Philethius into captivity. When word that Philethius's son, Fredericus, had returned to his people, Odoacer sent his brother Onulphus with an army back to Noricum against him. Onulphus found it necessary to evacuate the remaining Romans and resettled them in Italy. The remaining Rugians fled and took refuge with the Ostrogoths. The abandoned province was settled by the Lombards by 493. As Odoacer's position improved, Zeno, the Eastern emperor, increasingly saw him as a rival. According to John of Antioch, Odoacer exchanged messages with Illus, who had been in revolt against Zeno since 484. Thus, Zeno sought to destroy Odoacer and promised Theodoric the Great and his Ostrogoths the Italian peninsula if they were to defeat and remove Odoacer. As both Herwig Wolfram and Peter Heather point out, Theodoric had his own reasons to agree to this offer. Theodoric had enough experience to know that Zeno would not, in the long term, tolerate his independent power. When Theodoric rebelled in 485, we are told, he had in mind Zeno's treatment of Armatus. Armatus defected from Basilicus to Zeno in 476 and was made senior imperial general for life. Within a year, Zeno had had him assassinated. In 489, Theodoric led the Ostrogoths across the Julian Alps and into Italy. On 28 August, Odoacer met him at the Isonzo, only to be defeated. He withdrew to Verona, reaching its outskirts on 27th September, where he immediately set up a fortified camp. Theodoric followed him, and 3 days later defeated him again. While Odoacer took refuge in Ravenna, Theodoric continued across Italy to Mediolanum, where the majority of Odoacer's army, including his chief general Tufa, surrendered to the Ostrogothic king. Theodoric had no reason to doubt Tufa's loyalty and dispatched his new general to Ravenna with a band of elite soldiers. Herwig Wolfram observes, Tufa changed sides. The Gothic elite force entrusted to his command was destroyed, and Theodoric suffered his first serious defeat on Italian soil. Theodoric recoiled by seeking safety in Ticinum. Odoacer emerged from Ravenna and started to besiege his rival. While both were fully engaged, the Burgundians seized the opportunity to plunder and devastated Liguria. Many Romans were taken into captivity and did not regain their freedom until Theodoric ransomed them 3 years later. The following summer, the Visigothic king Alaric II demonstrated what Wolfram calls one of the rare displays of Gothic solidarity and sent military aid to help his kinsman, forcing Odoacer to raise his siege. Theodoric emerged from Ticinum, and on the 11th of August 490, the armies of the two kings clashed on the Adda River. Odoacer again was defeated and forced back into Ravenna, where Theodoric besieged him. Ravenna proved to be invulnerable, surrounded by marshes and estuaries, and easily supplied by small boats from its hinterlands, as Procopius later pointed out in his History. Further, Tufa remained at large in the strategic valley of the Adige near Trent, and received unexpected reinforcements when dissent amongst Theodoric's ranks led to sizable desertions. That same year, the Vandals took their turn to strike, while both sides were fully engaged and invaded Sicily. While Theodoric was engaged with them, his ally Fredericcus, king of the Rugians, began to oppress the inhabitants of Pavia, whom the latter's forces had been garrisoned to protect. Once Theodoric intervened in person in late August 491, his punitive acts drove Fredericcus to desert with his followers to Tufa. Eventually, the two quarreled and fought a battle which led to both being killed. By this time, however, Odoacer had to have lost all hope of victory. A large-scale sortie out of Ravenna on the night of 10th July 491 ended in failure with the death of his commander-in-chief Livilia, along with the best of his Herulian soldiers. On 29th August 492, the Goths were about to assemble enough ships at Rimini to set up an effective blockade of Ravenna. Despite these decisive losses, the war dragged on until 25th February 493, when John, Bishop of Ravenna, was able to negotiate a treaty between Theodoric and Odoacer to occupy Ravenna together and share joint rule. After a 3-year siege, Theodoric entered the city 5th March. Odoacer was dead 10 days later, slain by Theodoric while they shared a meal. Theodoric had plotted to have a group of his followers kill him while the two kings were feasting together in the palace called Ad Laurentum. When this plan went astray, Theodoric drew his sword and struck him on the collarbone. In response to Odoacer's dying question, "Where is God?" Theodoric cried, "This is what you did to my friends." Theodoric was said to have stood over the body of his dead rival and exclaimed, "There certainly wasn't a bone in this wretched fellow." According to one account, that same day, all of Odoacer's army who could be found anywhere were killed by order of Theodoric, as well as all of his family. Odoacer's wife, Sunegilda, was stoned to death, and his brother Onulphus was killed by archers while seeking refuge in a church. Theodoric exiled Odoacer's son, Thala, to Gaul, but when he attempted to return to Italy, Theodoric had him killed. The events around the Battle of Ravenna were used in the Germanic heroic saga of Dietrich von Bern. The event in which Theodoric kills Odoacer with his own hands is mirrored in the saga in the episode in which Dietrich kills the dwarf king, Lorin. Odoacer is the first ruler of Italy for whom the original text of any of his legal acts has survived. This is a grant by Odoacer to Pierius of properties in Sicily near Syracuse and on the island of Melita in Dalmatia, worth in total 690 solidi. The grant itself was made 18th March 488, but this document, which is on papyrus, was written shortly afterwards. The opening section is missing, and the text is in two parts, one now in the Biblioteca Nazionale in Naples and the other in the Austrian National Library in Vienna, but the bulk of the act itself and the subscriptions by witnesses and officials survive. Pierius, Comes Domesticorum, was given these properties as a reward for his achievements in the war against Theodoric. None of the parties involved in this transaction, not Pierius, Odoacer, nor the witnesses, could foresee that the recipient would die the following year in the Battle of the Adda River. Pierius's grant is the lone surviving document which has survived from the civic scriptorium of Syracuse prior to the Byzantine reconquest. Scipione Maffei made the unconfirmed assertion that both pieces were owned by the poet Giovanni Gioviano Pontano. It had already lost the beginning by then. The second part is known to have been in the possession of Cardinal Pasquale de Aragon during the 1660s, but Theater notes the two parts were reunited at the library of the Monastery of San Paolo in Naples in 1702. In 1718, the second part was presented to Emperor Charles VI in 1718, through whom that fragment found its way to Vienna.